gonna do?
Grim. That's how it looks.
I'll take Grim right now.
I am the Grim Reaper.
It's grim.
The bosses are good.
And make it grim.
A grim tale indeed.
It's a little grim.
Meaningless and grim.
It's the Grim.
It's Grim.
Pretty grim, huh?
Things look grim.
Hello all. Tonight we're playing Free League's Vaesen, which I'm surprised shows up on camera because it's quite green, which is technically Nordic horror role-playing, but I have decided to tap into my knowledge of English folklore instead, though they do have a British supplement, but I went my own way, so tough. It is a Year Zero engine game by Free League, which means it uses bunches of six-sided dice, ta-da, like so. I'm not hugely fond of the system, which if you follow my main channel, you will know from my many reviews, but the Electric State went okay, so we'll see how this one goes. I know it's unusual playing variations on the same system one after another, but my shelves are arranged in the way in which they are arranged. So in this game you play occult investigators, but it is more folkloric than something like, say, Call of Cthulhu is. So the kind of things that you would normally run into would be ghosts and trolls and fairies and were creatures and kelpies and all of that kind of thing. You know, the kind of stuff that you have stories about in your local area if you live in Europe, and maybe more the ghost stories if you're from America. There's less in the way of folklore per se there. The characters are usually all members of a group called the Society. And the Society is basically a loosely organized group scattered around the world in different cells that go around and investigate stuff and gather information about it and trade it off with each other and so on. The people in the Society have had some sort of past encounter with the supernatural, which gives them the sight. So they are able to see spooky manifestations, ghosts, fairies, and so on that normal people usually can't, which can make investigations difficult because to people observing you and investigating and wrestling with the supernatural, you may just look like a madman raving at nothing. It tends to favor more investigation and resolving things rather than direct confrontation, but there are genuine monsters as well. As I said, it is sort of pseudo-Victorian, pseudo-Edwardian. It's not meant to be historically accurate in any way, shape, or form. It's just kind of plausibly historical in a way that most people with layman's knowledge would be able to get along with. So it's a bit variable. But anyway, let's bring in the players and their characters. Evening all.
Evening.
Hello.
Howdy. Good evening.
Right, well, you've all had the opportunity to have a quick-ish look over your characters. It's not like you need to know them hugely in depth for a one-shot, but would you care to introduce them? Let's start with Dr. Ambrose. And you don't have to read purely off the sheet. You can add your own spin if you like.
I am Dr. Ambrose Lockwood, a middle-class individual, young studying physician. I had dealt with sickness in my youth, and I wish to become stronger after I've witnessed the strange events around these parts, bodies walking from my dissection table. I've joined up with the society in order to make sure we can learn from these things. Perhaps we can better mankind. Perhaps we can make a life like Prometheus with his fire.
Cool. And Vivienne?
Hello, I am Corporal Vivienne Harcourt. I was raised a bit in the quarters of power, so to speak. I was a bit of a upstart noble, but when I was quite young, I joined the military under an assumed identity as a man, or a boy in this instance, and I made it quite far, became a corporal, but unfortunately, I got kicked out, and they gave me quite a nice stipend from that. Um, but that's who I am.
Okay. And Edwin?
I'm a able seaman, Edwin Blackwood. I'm not like the rest of you upstart highfalutins. You know, I've served on the Royal Navy ship HMS Prince of Wales until she was changed names to the Britannia. And when you see all your friends dragged to the death from the ship by the dead into the waters, you start believing in this stuff, even though I don't want to.
Cool. And lastly, Sir Reginald.
I'm Sir Reginald Aloysius Hargraves at your mercy, knight in name, poet by reputation, and scoundrel by lifestyle. I've made love in more ruins than most have read about, and I still believe morality is a curfew imposed by the unimaginative. My early years were a glorious waste. Opium, absinthe, and poetry borrowed liberally from better minds. After all, it isn't plagiarism if the original author was dead or imaginary. I've stared into the mist and seen my own reflection weep, and when the spirits press too close, I channel them. Automatic writing, they call it. Though I suspect the spirits are only using me because I am cheap and available. Besides me stands Percy, my iron-hearted mastiff, who does not bark, he judges. Between his growl and my ink, we hold the line barely. I may be a fraud, but I am your best chance at surviving what walks between the trees.
Suitably dramatic for a poet. Yeah, think Shelley meets Arthur Conan Doyle, I think.
Yes. Well, I was content to fester in verse and velvet until the ferret folk came for me. 3 nights they stood outside my estate, whispering through the walls. You call them myths, I call them scars. Now I watch, I write, and we wait.
And the society has, within the last 6 months or so, recruited you all and put you together into a little crew. One of your compatriots, one that nobody chose to play, Beatrice Lovelace. She is a lay preacher in the Christian Scientists, and she was given an evangelical mission and is being bankrolled by rich religious American types. And she has access to a carriage and horses, and so thanks to her, you're able to travel. You were recently given your first case, though details are scant. You do have an envelope of notes. Apparently there is some kind of ghostly manifestation assaulting travelers on the Abbey Turnpike that cuts through Dorismore in the West Country. So you have traveled from your home city, stopping over at a roadside inn on the way, because it's a couple of days travel at least, really, down these roads. And yes, you've been given the duty of investigating what is going on, confirming whether this spiritual manifestation is, in fact, a spiritual manifestation, because sometimes they aren't, and if so, of putting it to rest. So let us start with you at resting at a coaching inn about halfway on your journey, having travelled across the home counties and just starting to sort of leave Wiltshire and get into the west. So I will give you a little bit of information, and then you can discuss with each other how you want to approach this investigation, and ask me about your files and anything that your characters might know. So, the Abbey Turnpike is a road that cuts through Dorismore. Dorismore is a fictional moor like Dartmoor or Exmoor or one of the other moors in the southwest of England. Moors are sort of a rolling landscape with stone tors on them, left behind after glaciation came all the way down south through Britain. It's also a landscape that was popular for Neolithic people to raise monuments and so on. It's not really used much for farmland or anything, but a lot of it is treated as commons for grazing. The nearest town that you're being sent to is called Lamprick. So yes, you'll be staying there and using that as a base of operations for your investigations. But for now, you are at the White Hart Coaching Inn, about halfway there off the road, while the horses are being rested and fed.
Okay, can we get a little more detail of what it is we are being sent to? What occurrence has given the attention to society?
Okay, so you call to the innkeep for a lantern, and they hang it over your table. Your plates and so on are taken away, and fresh drinks are brought. It's somewhat cozy in here. There's straw on the floor, which is a bit rustic, but it's not too bad. Wood smoke fills the air. Chatter carries on between the various people who are also traveling from one place to another. You spread out the papers from the report, which have been largely mechanically typed out for you. So other members of the society have done some cursory initial investigations. What is being reported is that some invisible force is attacking people, taking the Abbey Turnpike north through Dorismore, and pulling the reins of their horses, pushing them off the side of the road into the gully. You could perhaps put some of this just down to accidents or tall tales or drunken people walking or riding home. But more recently, a carriage, not unlike yours, ended up being yanked off the side of the road. The carriage hit a ditch and overturned, and the coachman was actually killed in that instance. One of the passengers reported seeing some great hand, far bigger than a man's, at the in the moments just before the carriage overturned.
Do phantasms take physical form? Is that something?
So let's see. I'm going to imagine that you've taken an interest in the occult since joining the society. I don't think there is an occult skill. So what would you roll for that? Skills. It's going to be learning. So make a logic plus learning roll.
Two success.
Okay. So most ghosts take the form of who they were in life, mostly. But you know enough that you know that some ghosts don't. They change form, or they can become manifestations of people's fears. So the ectoplasmic forms of the ghosts can combine or transform into becoming other things. You recall reading about a case where, following a massacre of travelers on a road, their souls bound together and took the form of a spectral hound, which then tracked down the highwaymen that had attacked them and slaughtered the highwaymen one by one. So most ghosts take on a form equal to or exaggerated from who or what they were when they were alive, but that's no absolute guarantee. Particularly older ghosts can take other forms.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name of the town from which the attacked folks are leaving from? What's that location?
So, yeah, most people are traveling north up the Abbey Turnpike Road from Lanprick.
How would you spell that?
Lanprick.
Just like it sounds.
Yes. It's probably some sort of manifestation of West Country dialect or Cornish.
Okay. All right. So we are at the midpoint at a tavern.
Yes.
So
you will arrive in Lanprick tomorrow evening, all
Right.
being well.
So tonight, as we have arrived, I'm going to start looking through what little library they may have, looking for any books that may discuss the mythology or tales of giants in the moors.
Okay, so, well, they don't have much of a library here, but they do have some newspapers going back a while.
Okay.
And you could ask some of the other locals, quite personable. So let's have you make a logic plus learning roll first.
Okay. So logic and learning.
Yep. And you need 6s.
Oh wow! 1, 2, 3 6s.
3. Good God. Okay. Yeah, you scan back through the newspapers. The first reports that the society got were from about 3 months back. You're kind of practiced at this, licking your finger, flipping through the papers quite quickly, spotting the dates. Yeah, you find other reports of these attacks, and they all seem to be of a similar type, but they also seem to be escalating. So there's a few sort of little things where you don't even know why it's in the paper, except that it's a local paper about horses taking fright or taking frit on the road and startling. And then later on, reports of people feeling that their reins are being yanked or they're being shoved or tripped. And then whatever this manifestation is, it seems to be getting more violent over time. So now make a empathy plus manipulation roll to see if you can get any stories out of the locals.
Okay, so empathy is 5. Holy smokes. And manipulate. Whoa, that's 4.
Good God. That's all your successes for the rest of the game, you realize.
Yeah, I think I'm blew it, right?
So there are many tales of giants across Devon and Cornwall. Cormoran and his wife, Cormelian. Cormoran was supposedly eventually killed by Jack the Giant Killer.
Ooh, wow.
Who who dug a deep pit and trapped him in it. Many hills and big rocks that have been left behind by glaciers, as scientists now think. There's stories around them about giants hurling rocks at each other or throwing them at people. Occasionally, there are stories of giants who are guardians. There's a giant called Khan Galva, who is said to protect villages from attacks by other giants in return for the occasional sheep or goat to eat. Bolster is another giant, supposedly from the area. He was said to be so big he could stand with 1 foot on St. Agnes Beacon, which is a tall hill, and the other on Carn Brea, which is another rocky outcrop, which is pretty big.
And where did his Johnson dangle from? His Johnson dangled over what?
Who knows? You have to check a map. But yeah, there are plenty of stories of giants, but perhaps slightly unusually, the Devon and Cornwall stories of giants include ones that aren't evil.
Mm-hmm. Now, what is the stories? What do they tell us about how horses react to the presence of giants?
Some of the giants would pluck horses off the road and eat them. Otherwise, they seem to treat horses like any other livestock, whether someone's riding it or not. There's not really any particular through line or consistency that you can point to.
So they were saying the reins were being jerked around, but nothing was being done to the horses themselves.
No, so it would seem. Though the carriage that got driven off the road, a couple of the horses broke legs and had to be put down.
I will go up to the barkeep and I will order a very fancy cocktail, if they've made their way here by now. Completely oblivious to the type of establishment I'm in. Good evening, sir. I'm a traveling academic. I've heard interesting stories about your hometown. I was wondering, have you heard any of this gossip? Or is it all just nonsense?
Oh, yeah, we're quite a ways from there, but a lot of people travel down there at the moment. When the railway comes down this way, I'm sure we'll have more travellers. Hopefully, the railway will come past here. One can hope. I don't hear too much, but travellers have plenty of tall stories, and it's easy to get lost out on the moors. I used to live down that way myself. It's one bit of the land looks a lot like any other bit of the land. You'd think all the boulders and everything with their distinctive shapes would help, but they all kind of blend together, especially at night.
Interesting. Some sort of night blindness is often categorized.
You going down there on a walking holiday or something, are you, sir?
Something of that sort. My companions and I are curious.
I can't offer much in the way of cocktails, sir. This being a roadside inn, but I can sort you a toddy.
Oh, yes, that would be lovely.
Is there a village church around here?
Around here, sir? No. We're between villages.
There's no vicar nearby.
There's an old chapel, but it's pretty run down, sir.
Thank you.
I'd wait until you get where you're going. There's a nice church down there, and the abbey, of course.
Are we only spending one night here, Grim?
Yes, unless you want to stay longer.
Now, there's no one strange about perhaps I don't want to be morbid, but what, if there's some sort of miscreant on the loose, some kind of moron or other clinically undeveloped person.
I don't think so, sir, but I think you'd have to ask around Lambrick, because I doubt someone's running up this way and then running back there to cause trouble.
Right. Thank you.
Is it so? So this is a way station. It's not like a resupply station. So there's not, ye old general store.
No.
Okay.
You can get food, drink. You can feed and water your horses. Probably get some basic repairs done to a carriage if a wheel's gone or going, that sort of thing here. But no, nothing else.
Okay. Gracious. So where do we stand? We have had conversations about giants. We've had conversations about any insight into what's been happening. What was the name of the person that the bartender dropped there? The innkeep dropped at the end?
He said that there's the church and the abbey. So there's a monastery in Lamprick, which survived the dissolution of the monasteries.
And is there some sort of authority down there that he was referencing that we could get more information from?
No, not really. But being a small town, it will have local alderman or a town mayor. There'll be the abbot of the abbey. There'll be the priest at the church. Probably a local lord or something that owns the area.
Who's the local lord?
I
would be familiar with things like that.
Yeah, make a learning roll and you can have a bonus die. So logic and learning.
One success.
You think that would be Lord Pendon, but Lord Pendon, you're fairly sure, is very much into the London scene and probably doesn't spend much time at his ancestral holding. Still, there will probably be someone looking after the land for him that you could talk to.
Have I slept with any member of his family?
Nearly, but not.
Nearly, but not. Okay. Well, so in conversation, trying to talk about, my interest in mythology and giants, did anybody seem to be inclined to tie giants to the problems down in the moors?
No, nobody here believes in giants.
Okay, do they have lupins in Dennismore? Is that going on?
It's Dorismore, not
Doris. Okay.
So no lupins. Sacred death of bloody lupins.
Stand and deliver. Okay. Well, does anybody else have ideas of how to spend the evening other than waking up in the morning and moving on?
There's shuffleboard, there's skittles. You can just sit by the fire with your dog. It's quite a popular pastime.
Okay, well, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. Right, if no one wishes to do anything else.
No, Vivienne is just hanging out, just reading books in her room at the inn. and waiting for something to happen so she can get her gun out and fire it.
It's mostly not that sort of game, so you'll have to get involved in other ways.
I know.
All right. So in the morning, quite early, the coachman comes around and rouses you all from your sleep with a beefy knock on the doors. You get up, make your ablutions, grab a spot of breakers, and pile into the carriage for the rest of the trip. So the landscape around you gradually begins to change as you head further south and west. A couple of times the road rises up into the hills and you get a nice view of the sea beyond, the channel, and you can almost fool yourself that you can see the closest parts of France on the other side. Almost. But the farmland gradually gives way to wildland, common, a rolling landscape of tufty, hardy grass, gorse bushes, the occasional craggy rock sticking up out of the earth here and there, and the occasional hill, which can be seen for miles and miles and miles. The woodland that has been fairly ubiquitous since you left the city, when it hasn't been farmland, is replaced with more sort of sporadic copses of trees and so on. And that evening, you roll into Lamprick. Lamprick, you see it from miles and miles and miles away. Its lights in the dusk sort of pierce the gloom around here, because the land around here is mostly flat, except for the occasional hill and the tors here and there. So you spot it from a big distance, but then it takes a lot longer than you thought to get there. Distances are going to be hard to judge out here. Lamprick is a mid-sized town, a market town. So people from surrounding villages will come here on market day. Obvious points of interest are Lamprick Abbey, the Goroket Hotel, the Abbey Inn, the Darda Ford Inn, the Darda River that goes past it, and the Church of St. Jerome. Though it's quite a modest church when compared to the Abbey here. Outside of town, you roll past Pendon Manor. Which is a big, slightly old-fashioned and out-of-style, black-painted, two-story manor house, surrounded by a high stone wall. All right, your coachman takes you forward into the town and then stops briefly. You hear him asking people where's a good place to stay. And then he hops down and taps on the door of the carriage and opens it up. Where do you like to stay? We got, what did they say? The Goroket Hotel, that's on the north side of town. Got the Abbey Inn, that's close to the Abbey. And Darda Ford is off on the eastern side of the town near the river.
Well, the hotel sounds quite comfortable.
Yes, please. Take us to the hotel.
Yes.
Right you are. Taps his hat and takes the carriage up to the hotel. Right, well, the coachman begins unloading your luggage, since this is going to be your prolonged stay, and then leads the horses and the carriage out to the stables that service the hotel. The hotel, 3.5 stars, sort of thing, but Victorian era, obviously. It doesn't look like they've got gas out here yet, so it has kerosene lanterns everywhere, and they have a lot of them. but it does mean that the whole place smells a little bit of fuel. As you make your way in, the interior is lit by more kerosene lanterns and candelabras, and there's a nice big roaring fire in the reception area with a couple of big sort of leather swingback chairs by it. A couple of older gentlemen are sitting there having snifters of brandy and going through the newspapers and setting the world to rights. The hotel keeper on reception is a very stiff, buttoned-up looking woman in black morning dress. Good evening, gentlemen and lady.
Good evening, madam. We require rooms for an undeterminate length of stay. Your finest rooms, please.
One each, I assume?
You assume correctly.
Very well. She fetches a few keys. But what sort of level of abundance are we looking for? She says, looking slightly, not hugely, askance at Edwin. And
we are all taken care of with great abundance. I appreciate your observation.
Well, one must learn such things in this business. And how long will you be staying, do you think?
An undeterminate amount of time.
Do you wish to pay by the day or the week?
Week.
Right, she runs you up a bill, but resources are kind of abstract in this, and everyone's got a reasonable level of money, and the society will help out as well. So yes, you give her probably a couple of banknotes. She informs you when breakfast, lunch, and dinner are served. When housekeeping comes around, she informs you that they have a small bar and a chop house connected to the hotel. And she hopes you enjoy your stay and hands over the keys.
Thank you. I assume your man will take care of my bags. I'm headed to the bar for a refreshment.
Yes. I'll join you, sir.
I will too.
I'll get Hargrave's bags and bring it in for him.
Can I attempt to eavesdrop on the men sifting brandy?
Oh, hang on a sec. You were waiting for the link. I didn't see you say you wanted to join. Yes, I did. Why didn't I send it to you? I will send it to you because we have other characters. Hang on a moment.
Simon's joining us.
Yes. What am I doing? Losing my mind. There you go. Right, and you're going to need the link for the characters as well. You've avoided the preamble, so be happy with that. All right, let's give Simon a minute. What ho, chap? Sorry about that. You're muted. Hello? All right, he'll sort it out. Yes, so your bags are taken up either by Edwin or your coachman or the staff of the hotel. And it sounded like all of you were retiring to the bar.
I just wanted
what I recall.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Are the you said the men? They look like very well off men.
Relatively. They're dressed in sort of last year's style. They're older, probably about as old as Sir Reginald there. And they seem to have staked out the reception area fireplace so they can keep an eye on who's coming in and out. The bar is a lot nicer than the coaching inn that you were in. It's all very richly decorated in sort of heavy, dark Victorian colours and patterns. It's all a bit Baroque and high Gothic.
So I'm feeling a bit peculiar right now, but as I look around, do I happen to see any green fairy?
You don't see any green fairies, but perhaps if you had some absinthe, you'd feel better.
That's what I'm asking. Do they serve absinthe here?
He is already preparing a glass for you.
Beautiful. I begin to peruse the library, looking for, again, stories, mythology, the local poets who were inspired by the various muses who have sprung from this local land.
Okay. Can you make... This is more about observation, I think.
Mhm.
So can you make a logic observation roll, please?
All right, let me double check. Observation was 2 and 3. Okay. Nope.
Okay. You go through the minimal library that they have here, but it mostly seems to be copies of like Pearson's and other journals from the city. So, Pearson's magazine, fiction, that sort of thing. Novels. A couple of collections of poetry, but not the kind of thing you like. Stuff that people might want to read on holiday. There are newspapers, of course, again. The barkeep pours a generous slug of Navy rum for Edwin.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
Can always tell a Navy man.
I'm a good God-fearing Navy man. Is the church far from here?
The church, sir. Well, it's way down on the southern side of town, but you should be able to find it. No trouble. Just follow the high street all the way down.
I doubt there being one there now, right?
You might be. You might be lucky, sir.
Mr. Hargraves, do you need me? Because if not, I'm going to go walk down to the church.
My friend, please enjoy your evening. Find your ease.
All right.
Do you need someone to accompany you, Edwin?
If you want, I'm just going to say my prayers and see if there's anything that the church has heard around here.
All right. So John Ashcombe has actually been with you the whole time.
Hey, John.
Is your mic working now, Simon?
I wasn't paying any attention, so I don't know what's going on.
Not much yet.
Hunting ghosts and...
Yeah, investigating strange goings-on with some invisible force attacking travelers on a turnpike road on the moors.
In the west, southwest.
Southwest, yes. Since you haven't had that much time to go through your character sheet, I will introduce John for you. John was a sort of enforcer of sorts for gangs in the industrial north until his boss was eaten by some fell thing that lurched out of the darkness and carried him off one night. And that made it clear to John it was time to retire from that particular business, but he was snatched up by the society and brought south. John he probably hasn't revealed it, but he seems very superstitious and not particularly religious. He's driven by curiosity about what other horrors are out there and what might be done to deal with them. But he's a bit old. He's got that sort of old man toughness, you know, big knuckles and finger joints, lots of scars, very lean.
He's at that age when I looked around at a bunch of me and my friends and when we were about 50, 53, like this is the last age at which we're actually really dangerous. That we can go probably 2, maybe 3 rounds of combat. But if it goes any longer than that, we're in trouble.
Yeah, everyone has to stop for a breather. All right. Anyway, so they have traveled down to the southwest and have arrived at the town in which they're going to begin their investigation. The town is Lanprick. It's on the southern border of, what do they call it? Dorismore. So a moor like Exmoor or Dartmoor or somewhere like that. The road on which these attacks have been happening is the Abbey Turnpike that runs north through Dorismore. But Edwin and Ambrose were, I think, taking an amble down to the church.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you walk down through the town. It's pretty quiet. You can hear noise coming from the other inns and pubs, but there's not a lot of other noise going on. Occasionally you hear a dog bark, that sort of thing. The lights of the town gradually fade as you head further south, but there are lights in the windows of the church. You can see the coloured light streaming out through the stained glass. The church is on a slight raised mound and has a low, sort of hip-high limestone wall around it, and is positively crammed with graves in its small graveyard. A little stone-paved path, paved with even older broken gravestones, runs from the gate up to the doors of the church. It has a square steeple, and an English flag flies from the flagpole atop it.
Well, head up to the church.
Pass by a couple of gnarled old yew trees that overhang the path, and someone has sort of cut a hole through them because they grow so thickly before you get into the church itself. So you get that fresh cut yew smell as you walk through there. Ivy has grown over the porch. There's a few church notices pinned up on the inside of the porch talking about, worship days, saints days, the next market days and times, village announcements and so on. The door is open, so you turn the handle and go in easily. It's very dark inside. There's only a couple of lanterns up burning. There are a few votive candles in a rack flickering away.
All right. Do I see the church box to leave a donation?
Yeah, the poor box is by the door.
Well, I take out a few coins and drop it in. I'm not really sure what's appropriate for amount here.
Couple of pennies would be enough.
All right. I put a little more than I put in a little more than what's enough.
Okay. Maybe a shilling.
I'd do the same.
You hear the clunk as it hits other coins inside, so the people are at least somewhat generous here.
All right.
So the stained glass depicts the life of St. Ambrose. You're more religious than I am, so he was a fierce promoter of Roman Christianity against Arianism and paganism. This is an Anglican church rather than a Catholic one, but Anglicans kind of hedge their bets between Protestantism and Catholicism, especially if it's high Anglicanism. Yeah, so he's a very anti-pagan saint. What's he the patron of? That's always interesting. That's not listed here. Oh no, here. Patron of Milan and beekeepers. Weirdly. Bakers, bees, bishops, candle makers, domestic animals, the French, geese, gingerbread makers, learning, school children, stonemasons, students, and I'm going to assume that's Bologna, not baloney. I don't see why Bologna would need a patron saint particularly, so I'm going to assume it's the place.
So, Dr. Ambrose, is this a long-lost relative?
I
Share
doubt
some of your
it.
name?
I doubt it. But let's be careful here with our questions, lest they reveal our occultist backgrounds.
Was it not clear? I came here to pray.
Oh, you are serious?
Yes.
Well, then perhaps I will ask around and make sure nothing, if anything odd happens, just direct them towards me.
Yeah. Okay. So I light a votive candle, put it in the holder, and then go take a seat and say my prayers.
Yeah. The only people around seem to be a gravedigger out in the churchyard and a verger who is brushing the paths around the outside of the church.
I'll head to the gravedigger.
All right. Yeah, he's taking a breather. He's sat on the side of a pit he's been digging. He's taking a sip from his hip flask.
I awkwardly saunter. Oh,
he looks up at you with his one good eye. The other one is quite milky and catches the light from the church in a slightly unsettling way.
I take out one of my hand-rolled cigarettes and offer it to him.
Thank you, sir. Cunt.
What was that?
Nothing, sir. I can't control myself. Fuck.
Is Tourette's known at this time?
It's probably called something else, but you won't assume that he's possessed. Right. But it does explain why he's the gravedigger.
Yeah, it's called spastic possession of demons.
Well, the way I look at my sheet, he's more of a forward-thinking man, probably an enlightenment type man. So he wouldn't be the one to jump to demonic conclusions first.
The poor man clearly has some sort of nervous disorder.
Aye. Well, sir, I notice you have a unique position here. Now there have been most foul rumors going around of strange things in the night. Now, doing your work, have you seen anything of that sort?
Well, sir, fuck. I see quite a lot of strange things, but you can't be really sure of lovely cut of what they are, sir. And it's just shadows in the night. You'd think you'd see some lovely ghosts out here, but I can't say I've seen anything for definite, sir. Of course, there's all this fuss about the road, sir.
Right, that's what I'm looking into. The roads. Now, do you know anything about them, or know anyone who would know anything about them? This town, I assume, has some history to it.
Oh, yes, sir. You posh bastard. But I haven't had much to do with any of that. I'm not very book learning. I can just about sign my fucking name, and that's about it.
As someone who is book learned, I don't really consider myself above your position. You are more close to the earth, close to the land. I figured you would have possibly had something more folksy to put forward. But
I buried the lovely corpse. I buried the coachman that died, sir.
indeed, could you show me to the grave?
Right you are, sir. Fucking follow me, you posh cunt. Gets up
thank
out of
you.
the grave and leads you across the graveyard and just beyond the wall, out back where they're making a sort of extension of the graveyard. And there's a fresh dug heap with a temporary wooden marker at it.
What can I do here?
Grim, when I finished my prayers, I'll walk towards you said there was someone sweeping.
Yeah, the verger who looks after the grounds. He's sweeping the path around the church.
All right. I'll go to him and ask him, excuse me, do you know where the vicar is?
He's at home at the moment, sir.
Oh, I just came to say my prayers, and I was hoping to speak with the padre.
He'll be here all day tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time? What time does he arrive?
About an hour after daybreak.
Hour? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Looks like you keep nice care of the lawns here.
Well, yeah, we sort of compete a little with the Abbey, sir. So we like to keep up appearances.
In what way do you compete with Abbey?
Well, most people who come to visit or to pray go straight to the Abbey, and they overlook us. But we tend to the local parishioners, so we try to keep it nice and keep up with them. Don't have the money of the Abbey, of course.
Is there anything special about the Abbey that should go there? Like, I should bother with that?
Oh, it's old. It survived the dissolution of the monasteries, and they're still busy to today. They brew wine there. Yeah, lots of reasons to visit, sir.
Oh, well, maybe tomorrow after I speak to the vicar. Thank you.
It's worth a look for the windows and the architecture, if nothing else.
No, okay. Let me find my friend who came with me. I'll walk around trying to find Ambrose.
Did Ambrose come up with any other questions for the gravedigger?
Was there anything strange about the man's body when he was found? Marks, injuries?
I only saw the fucking coffin, sir, so I couldn't really say much. It did look a little odd, sir.
How so?
It was fucking wider than usual, sir, and he wasn't a fucking fat man.
Who prepared the body for burial then?
The doctor. The doctor, sir. He's also the fucking corpse fiddler. He's also the funeral director, sir. The mortician. That's the word, isn't it?
And do you have his name, sir?
You bastard. Right. random NPCs needing names. Okay, hang on. AI to the rescue. This is what it was always for. Dr. Whitmore, sir.
Thank you. And where does he reside?
Oh, yeah, everyone in
could you
these
make-
villages knows each other. So. He lives over in Mill Cottage. You push cunt. And Edwin appears out of the darkness.
Hi, Doc. Are you ready to head back? I said my
Yes.
prayers.
Yes, just about. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciated your time.
You're welcome, sir. You posh cunt. I couldn't trouble you for a gratuity, could I, sir? The grave digging isn't too profitable.
Oh, absolutely. Do I have just enough money, like just a couple?
Yeah, you got a couple of pennies, which should be enough, more than enough. He gratefully takes them, picks up his spade, and heads back to his work.
So what's the difference between a quid, a bob, a pence, a penny?
Okay, well, this is Victorian currency, which is a very good reason to use abstracted money. So there's like 240 pence to a shilling, 4 shillings to a pound.
I think I have something.
Something like that.
Hilarious.
But the slang has changed, so a bob didn't always refer to a pound, which it does now. So yeah, and then there's overlapping periods of slightly different currencies like guineas and crowns. It's horribly confusing. Ignore it. But when you're dealing with everyday folk, you're not going to need more than a shilling, right? Which is like silver in fantasy game terms.
Right. Well, I mean, I always look at a silver piece should represent how much it costs to eat for a week.
So, Edwin.
In acts. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Perhaps we should reconvene with our compatriots, and I want to speak with this doctor that buried the corpse. Apparently, it was unusually large, but the man wasn't. The coffin was unusually large, but the man was not.
You spent time looking in the coffin?
No, I spoke with the gravedigger, naturally.
Oh.
I don't want to jump to that conclusion unless we find this man evasive. Then we can grab our shovels. But I'd rather not.
So you propose to grave dig?
I do not propose that. I propose to speak with the local physician and mortician. And if he appears evasive, well, there are things that men must do in the quest for knowledge for the betterment of the world and mankind.
Remind me to be spending that time on the other side of the graveyard while you're digging.
It does seem like a bit of a conflict of interest that the physician and mortician should be the same person.
It's a small town.
Well, let's head back anyway. Like I said, I'm done my prayers. Let's go.
Okay, one. Sorry, I thought we had another late player there for a sec. All right, so everyone back at the inn have been passing the time with the odd drink and probably petting Reginald's dog, though he is a bit of a beefy fella. Was there anything you wanted to do before Ambrose and Edwin got back?
Well, let's see. I suppose that Vivian would likely be heading to any kind of archive or somewhere texts are kept, if there are any, and attempting to look up any tales of giants or anything of the like, anything supernatural in the history of the town.
Okay, I think we already established that there wasn't much in the inn, but you can still make an observation roll. So logic and observation.
Okay. That's 5 dice. What we got? 2 6s.
Okay.
Those
So yeah,
bright eyes are much better than mine, and she was going to cover a dusty tome.
so you find a local history, which handily has a fold-out map in it of the moor.
Nice.
And does have a section on folklore at the very end in an appendix. So you take a quick flick through there. Apparently, the devil has spent a lot of time over the moor. If it's not a giant that's responsible for one of the big rocks, it seems like it's the devil. There's also lots of stories of pixies, or in the local dialect, piskies, living under the stone tors or the burial mounds and so on that dot the moor. There is a great black beast that is said to roam the moors, though nobody's seen it in a few decades. There are some stories about ghostly villages that appear and disappear and mislead travelers. People just disappearing. There's a lot of stories about people being led astray off the path by will-o'-wisps and signs being moved and ghost villages and all of that kind of thing. And there's even a local werewolf story about a thing called the Shoggy Beast.
Vivian is quite interested in this ghostly village or the Will o' the Wisps because that kind of fits the bill of something, at least a similar attack of is what happened.
Okay.
Do not overlook those Fae. They are more dangerous than you would be led to believe by silly stories.
The barkeep notes your interest and says, we do have a library in town, but it won't be open till midday tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. I will definitely look into that.
Are there scholars in residence at the library?
There's a librarian, sir, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Perhaps.
Right. Well, let's
currently in the pub.
Yes. Well, the hotel that you'll be staying in.
Okay. Is there a village pub?
There are several pubs because this is England. So you're in the Goroket Hotel, but there is the Abbey Inn up near the Abbey, and there is the Darderford Inn closer to the river.
Okay. Well, while they're down at the church, is it all right if I go to the pub?
Yeah.
Just see if I can hear any talk of things.
Which one do you want to go to? The Abbey Inn or the Darderford Inn?
Which one looks less posh?
The Darderford Inn seems to be more for the working class villagers, the farm folk, and so on.
Okay, so that one.
All right, it's an old thatched building. The river runs right beside it, which you take note to be careful of if you have a few drinks, and stumble out of the place. It's lit up at night by lanterns. You can hear someone playing a fiddle. There's a few people outside, one of whom is vomiting with great performative effort into the river. The river looks like it's normally a lot broader and more rushing, but right now it's more of a rivulet, barely 2, maybe 3 yards across, whereas normally it would be 4 or 5 yards across and proper deep in the middle. There's a wooden bridge that creaks ominously when you go across it. The inn itself has a high roof but low walls, thatched windows poking out through the thatch. Inside, it's cozy but very, very dark and somewhat raucous.
Okay. So I'll order myself a pint of bitters.
Yep.
And just see if I can mingle, I guess.
Yeah. So you're just trying to sort of listen for information or gently prod for information?
Yeah, just trying to see if any of the locals have heard anything that might be of interest.
Make an empathy plus manipulation roll. You can have a bonus of +1 dice because people are in their cups.
So that's 2 for empathy, 3 for manipulation, +1. So I'm rolling 66.
66, and you need 6s.
Okay. No 6s.
Okay, so no successes. You could choose to push it, but that would cause you to take a condition which would penalize your rolls later on. Still might be worth it because you'll be getting to rest, and so you'll be able to remove the condition afterwards. And by pushing, that lets you re-roll anything that wasn't a 6.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
1, correct?
Yeah, you only need 1 success. You can re-roll 1s in this version of the system. All
Okay.
right, so re-roll all 6 dice.
Yep, no 6s.
Okay, still
The
fail.
dice-
Yeah, the dice mock you.
Real dice.
I'm going to step outside the absolute rules as written bounds of the game and say that you have the mental condition drunk
Okay.
until the morning, so that you lose 1 dice on all your actions till then. Yeah, they don't seem to be talking about much of anything to do with that. It's all gossip, village gossip, but not about anything weird or supernatural, or the kind of day-to-day boring stuff. Some of the workers here help out at the abbey with the brewing process. Some of the workers here work at a small brewery that turns out the local beer, which you've been drinking, quite like. Most of the others are farmers. Yeah. It's pretty rural, old-fashioned, and small, this place.
Okay.
Can you make a logic and observation roll, please?
My sheath again. 3.
And you're at -1 dice, so I think that's 2 dice.
Oh, I got a 6.
Hooray! Okay. After a while of drinking and noticing the way in which the crowd moves and so on, you notice that they're kind of shunning a couple of people who are just drinking quietly in the corner furthest away from the hearth. Looking them over, you think they're traveling folk, either Tinkers or Romany or something. But they're just kind of sitting there scowling at everybody and drinking their drinks. And nobody's talking to them or even going near them, really.
I'm in two minds whether I want to. Don't like their type round here. Yeah, I guess I'll go and have a chat with them.
All right. You saunter over. They look up at you and mutter something to each other in the Romany language. And then one of them speaks to you in English. What do you want, old man?
I just thought I'd come over and see if I can get you two of you a drink.
They look mildly surprised, but will happily get a beer or two out of you. And that certainly breaks the ice. When you get the beers in return and sit down with them, presumably, you notice that there's quite a strong smell coming off them.
Do I recognise the smell?
Not exactly.
That's quite the pungent smell you've got coming off you there. Do you mind if I ask what that is?
It's a bit rude, sir. We work with animals.
You've got a smell coming off you?
We work with animals, sir. There's a smell to that.
I see. It's not some sort of protective thing, then?
No, sir. It is not. It's just a consequence of mucking animals out.
I see.
You're a little well dressed to be in here, aren't you?
Am I?
Relatively speaking, because you did make quite a lot of money as a criminal.
All right. I mean, you can dress well and still be down with the common working man.
Down with the kids.
Yeah.
Who was the character in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels that was taking his kid around and teaching him the business? That's who this guy reminds me of.
Yeah. It's Vinnie Jones's character, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Chris. Big Chris.
Big Chris. Very polite, very matter of fact, very in your face, and well dressed. And smashes your head into the car door multiple times to let you know you fucked up.
Yeah. So you're not around here either, then, Mr. What's your name, sir? He offers his hand to you. You're not sure about shaking it because of the smell.
It's John Ashton.
Okay. Let me give them some names because they might come up again later. I'm Yovan. That's Radu.
And what brings you to these parts?
Work.
Down on the farms?
No. Well, you know, we travel around. We get day work here and there, but farming, it's a bit too landed for us. A bit too tempting to stay in one place for a long time. We do some crop picking and so on, but no, we've been moving stuff around. Made a delivery up at the manor.
And what's that got to do with animals?
Maybe starting a menagerie or something. I don't know. But we've brought in animals a few times now.
Manor, you say?
Yeah.
What kind of animals has he been getting delivered?
What did we bring this time? Monkeys, I think.
Monkeys.
Yeah.
Those smell funky. Yeah, that's a weird fucking smell.
That's a little bit weird, yeah.
Yeah. Rich folk.
Don't suppose you've heard the rumours of the people going missing around here.
We don't really travel across the moor much. Our people have many times. There's lots of places you can hide out there if you want to avoid the exciseman or whatever. Taps the side of his nose. There's all kinds of stories, but we have our charms and our ways and our magic that keeps the worst things away from us.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think you could rely on the magic, but you go careful.
Of course.
And with that, I'll bid you a good day, and I'll be on my way.
Thank you for the drinks, John. You're a good man. Which is blatantly untrue, but game knows game.
All right, yeah, I'll head back to the rest of the group.
Okay. The night wears on. It's getting late. You've all had a few drinks by this point and are getting tired. And John is actually drunk. So is there any last minute stuff before we scream wipe to the next morning?
Nope.
Are we getting an update from John?
Sorry, what was that? I was coughing.
Yeah. Are we getting an update from John?
Yeah, I'm going to relay the weirdness about the animals going to the mansion and being
monkeys. Where would these Romany be getting monkeys from? That's
fell off
weird.
the back of the truck.
Vivienne is going to relay out to everyone that we may have a lead about what's happening, and she's going to say this. So we may be dealing with a case of ghostly villagers or fairies.
And she can show you the local guidebook and the map of the moor.
I showed them all that.
Yeah, you don't ask where these things come from. You just accept that they've got them. And
we're all back at the hotel.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've uncovered something interesting on my end as well. Apparently, a corpse of the coachman who died in one of the accidents has been buried with an odd coffin. The gravedigger didn't understand why, so I think perhaps we should pay a visit to the local physician/mortician who seems to be taking care of these. I wonder if he's seen any other of the bodies of the that have been involved.
Odd, unique, or odd, unusual?
Well, it was quite large, and the man was not a large man. That's the only lead I have to go on. And considering he's one that deals with the dead, there's something I know personally that's odd about that. Corpses tend to stay corpses until they don't. And that has been my area of study ever since I've discovered it.
As a man of science,
should I just go and grab a shovel?
Well, that was my second plan. I don't want to risk it if this man is forthcoming. Now, if he seems to be not to be above board, then we take the shovel.
Well, if he's not above board, we take the shovel to the man.
I suppose that would be an option. Let me just have a conversation with him first. Perhaps you could act as the muscle, Mr. Ashcombe.
I'll be happy to accompany you. I have some horrible hangovers tomorrow, though, so you better not piss me off.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said I'm going to have the mother of all hangovers tomorrow, so you better not piss me off.
So you want to go now, then? Or no?
No, he needs to sleep off. Everybody needs to sleep off a drink. We've perhaps overconsumed, as is my want, and so the morning will give us a fresher.
Well, I can prescribe.
Well, I
some-
don't know. If we're going to potentially get in a fight, I say we go and have another beer. We go visit him now.
I don't think we want to fight this man unless he attacks us first.
Right, you are. Well,
All right.
bed ways is right ways then.
All right. So, next day, you wake up, grab a hearty breakfast at the hotel, and head out. So, you wanted to check out the library. You wanted to talk to the local doctor/mortician.
Go back and see the vicar.
See the vicar. Did you want to check out the manor house or?
Well, at some point we need to go to the abbey itself.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any like archives or like histories in the church or the abbey potentially?
The church and the abbey will have their own records, and there's the library which may have copies of it.
Okay.
Public libraries began being established around 1850, so the library records may or may not go back further than that.
Okay, so we may need to go to the church at some point.
So the library's not open till noon. So you probably want to see the vicar first, then visit the abbey, then talk to the doctor and mortician, then the library, and wrap up at the manor house because posh people tend to prefer to receive visitors in the afternoon. Does that sound all right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. I don't want to dictate to you, but
No,
Well,
I
maybe more fun.
was actually going to say we should rendezvous at the manor house when we're all done, so we can like catch up. And then...
yeah, I'd rather not split you all up though. So
I just wanted
That
to
works
note
better.
that with how your green screen works. It looks really apropos when you turn your head and there's like static. Looks like there's steam coming out. So it's like
Yeah.
really apropos for a steam like Victorian era setting.
I should have generated more character names. Okay. Okay, so going to see the vicar. So you traipse across the town. Edwin knows the way now. In daylight, the church is a lot more charming and a lot less creepy looking than it was before. In the daylight, you can see the spring flowers have begun to come out, and in amongst the graves there are primroses and cowslips. And in the shade of some of the trees in the graveyard, there's a few bluebells and the last of the crocuses growing as well. In the daylight, the church itself seems a lot brighter. The walls are mostly of pale limestone, so the light reflects around inside quite nicely. There's a few people in here offering prayers, and the vicar is sat off to one side in sort of I forget what they call, chancel or something, off to one side of the church at a big table working on his sermon.
Well, I'm gonna just stroll over to wherever I see the largest collection of books that aren't hymnals and begin perusing.
Well, the church records will probably be kept in a back room somewhere, so you'd have to talk to the priest to get access to them.
I'm just gonna wander.
Okay. You meander about looking at things.
Yeah. I'm a doddering old man in
Yeah.
An old aristocrat.
Yeah, and when I see him walk past the poor box, I'm like,
Yeah, I keep going.
so Reginald, and then I drop a few coins in.
Yeah.
Loudly.
Yeah, loudly, one by one. Clank, clank, clank. Hint, hint. The priest looks up from his writing and pushes the spectacles back into place and says, "Oh, thank you."
Sir Reginald.
By this time, I'm looking for the door to get me into the back of stuff.
Yes, you can find the door that leads back to the priest's private rooms, off to the side of where the altar is.
Been a while since you've been in a church, huh? Couldn't remember what it looked like.
Well, I do go in our local one quite a lot because it's interesting. But our local church is unconventional, so I always have to double check in my head.
Is the layout what you remember the same as it's supposed to be?
Well, all right. Brief aside, and local English history, which is appropriate, I guess. Our local church wasn't originally a church; it was a way chapel. So while you were on pilgrimage or whatever, you would occasionally stop at a way chapel. For some reason, no one really seems to know why, they buried a Crusader knight in the chapel, which wasn't usually done in mere way chapels. So that kind of upgraded it to a church, but it doesn't have the full normal church layout exactly. So, yeah. And we have a really rare font as well, which doesn't make a lot of sense for what was such a minor chapel. So
How interesting. Very, very interesting.
very weird. Anyway, so this is more of a normal church, albeit a small one because there's also the abbey. Yeah, so you can sidle into the back. Let's have you make a precision plus stealth roll with 2 bonus dice.
Precision, stealth plus 2 takes me to 6. No. 0 failed, 0 successes.
Okay, so while the rest of you are doing whatever you're doing, so Reginald wanders around the church, poking and prodding at things. Eventually arrives at the door through to the vestments chamber, and nudges the door open. And the priest, for whatever reason, happens to be looking in your direction at that point. I'm sorry, that's private back there.
The books are here, though, right? The books are this way, correct? Thank you. I appreciate that. I keep moving forward.
What are you looking for? Perhaps I can help.
I just keep moving. I'm an aristocrat. I ignore them.
Is anyone else going to intercept the vicar or distract him in some way?
If any of you are better at doing that.
I mean, assuming I'm there, I can just stand in his way.
Yeah, you can move and stand in his way. Sorry, can I help you, sir?
Yes, you can let my friend do whatever it is he's doing.
What? These are important records to the village. I don't want anyone to just walk off with anything. He gets up, his chair scraping on the stone. The other couple of villagers who are in the church at the moment sort of look over and begin tutting.
Tut, 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 tut.
I'm sure
That's
nothing will
teaching.
get damaged.
Teaching is different than tutting.
They may even upgrade to finger wagging.
Ooh.
I
Because of course, it's, this egotistical aristocrat coming in and just assuming the world is his.
Which is accurate.
Correct.
I
So
will.
Go on.
I will approach the vicar. My apologies, good sir. That is Sir Reginald Hargreaves, nobleman under my care. I am Dr. Ambrose Lockwood. I'm a physician. He's odd. We're dealing with his condition gradually, but I am no alienist, so I have to consult with my fellows on this.
Well, I'm sure a gentleman of his refinement and wealth is merely eccentric.
Surely. I nod and wink.
Yeah.
But
a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Lockwood. I'm Reverend Arthur Montague.
a pleasure to meet you. Now, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you, if you have the time, in private, away from your flock.
Oh, well, if you want to book the church for a wedding, I'm afraid we have no spare slots until next year.
Oh, no, it isn't that. It would not be that. It's about the goings-on in this area.
Oh, I see, sir. Well, perhaps we can combine our two problems together, and I can check on your friend and his pokings around, and we can discuss things somewhat privately. I'm sure there's no problem with you talking in front of your friend. He gets up out of his chair and gestures to the vestibule. And,
I step in front of him. Oh, yes. I let me go fetch him.
So Percy is sitting in the doorway.
Yes, there's a hulking great mastiff sat in the doorway. Meanwhile, inside, what are you looking for in here? They have records. There are like births, marriages, deaths, and there are the sort of journals of the various priests who've been here as well.
So I'm going to use take a look through my notebooks and use learning, and I guess it's logic would be how I would be assessing, looking at the clues that I'm aware of, the notes that I have on various types of supernatural activities that may relate to the Moors, and looking around for a connection to either, the church and the history of disappearances, or, I'm also kind of interested in this whole, you said the ages, the era of when the abbeys or the monasteries disappeared. What was that?
That was Henry VIII. Henry VIII decided he didn't like his wife.
Right.
The Pope wouldn't grant him a divorce.
Well,
right. So he said, "Well, screw you then. I'm going to start my own church with blackjack and hookers."
Right.
And so he did, and chopped off his wife's head and married someone else.
Right.
Later married someone else, and later married someone else, and
right.
Yeah, the way the song goes. And then it was the Anglican Church, and got into a bit of a feud with the Catholic Church, and said, right, well, fuck you then, you can't have any monasteries, and sent soldiers to loot and destroy all the monasteries.
And yet somehow this one was spared.
Some of them seem to have survived by either politically backing the king at the time, or engaging in massive bribery if they were particularly wealthy. At
So
least.
it's not uncommon. This isn't like a
It's
one in a.
rare,
All right.
but
So what does this one appear to be? Is this appear to be a power, a political power, monetary, or perhaps some honest why? Who knows why? And then it leads those of us who understand the supernatural exists to perhaps wonder if that's what's behind.
if something else is going on. All right. Can you make a logic plus learning with a bonus of +1 from your existing notes?
Okay, logic. Learn. There we go. Perfect. 2.
Okay. So, going back through the records and the journals, sort of quickly flipping, you're probably used to research at high speed, just sort of taking in paragraphs at a time and looking for anything, but you don't have a huge amount of time. It seems as though this church grand was built atop an old pagan worship site, which that makes sense why it would be St. Ambrose, because, he was very anti-pagan. So if you build a church over an old pagan worship site, dedicating it to St. Ambrose seems quite fitting, really. And throughout the history of the village, that you'd really need more time with the books, there seem to be quite a lot of stories of mythic animals, black dogs, shoggy beasts, those sorts of things all throughout the history. It seems to be mostly animal specters or supernatural animals that show up. Like that, supposedly there was a water horse in the mill pond at some point. It's those kind of stories. Lots of ghostly animals.
Awesome. So what I'm going to do is take all the things that I don't have time to peruse and put them in a stack on the desk, walk out to Edwin and say, there's a stack of books out on the desk I need. Could you bring them with us, please? As I head back out the door.
Okay. And as you come out, Ambrose and the priest are coming in. Is he always like this?
Yes. Now, Sir Reginald, you haven't taken anything, have you?
And I just kind of wave as I'm walking past him. I just kind of wave him away, like a fly bothering me for no reason.
Now I'm your doctor.
And then I go up to Edwin. My man, Edwin, please. There is a stack of books on the desk there that I require. Your help bringing them back to the hotel would be greatly appreciated.
Well, Sir Dolly Flop, I am not stealing from the church. No.
Perhaps we could work something out, Vicar Montague.
Yes. What do you wish to talk about? He closes the door to the vestibule now.
Well,
so
let's get this conversation out of the way first. So,
yeah.
As Mr. Hargraves has shown, these books are related to one of his curiosities, which is the investigation of the paranatural. Now, you're a man of faith. You know there are things beyond.
I'm a man of faith, not superstition. The people here, a branch falls and they insist it must be a specter or creature of some kind. It's absurd.
What if you knew someone who witnessed it? Someone who witnessed something that was ungodly.
Ungodly. I have
Unnatural.
friends who have witnessed holy miracles, sir, but nothing unnatural have I seen. The people in this town, they They're absurd. They leave sources of milk out for the piskies. They salute magpies. It's ridiculous. It's taken to an extreme. You know, last year they asked me to bless the well, which nobody even uses anymore, and that's an old pagan rite. I mean, I did it, but just to keep them happy. But it's ridiculous. I don't know why the church still supports all of this nonsense.
Well, there are things at play here, good man, that I don't think we should dismiss them immediately. Sir Hargraves believes he's part of some sort of conspiracy against the dark forces in this world. A pious man, I'll have you know, but he's, as you would say, chasing windmills. I don't know if that's a dated does that reference work? Was it when was that written?
When that
was
was
written.
written.
It
like it was.
that was that came out. That reference started in Don Quixote, and it came out with the.
I thought that was written in the 1500s.
Yeah,
1600s.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
Yes, he's chasing windmills, but I feel one day maybe he can find something that the rest of us have witnessed. We follow him because we have witnessed strange and dark things as well. That I am a man of the Enlightenment, so I know we are perhaps seen at odds, but you seem reasonable as well. We know that certain things shouldn't exist in this world, but I can tell you they do.
Are you not feared you might be being drawn in by Hargreaves' delusions?
Quite the contrary. I picked him as a patient because I believed he could be onto something similar to what I had witnessed, which was a dead man rising from a slab. Now, I know there are many logical explanations for this, but I can assure you, the heart was stopped. The vivisection had begun. He didn't rise screaming. He simply arose and left. Now,
Dissection. Vivisection is when they're alive.
all right, dissection. I can.
You
be
understand the
smart
mistake,
and
though.
that would have just flipped my hand, turned right there.
Yeah. Well, look, if it will help him, I will allow you to borrow the books, but I must insist that they be returned. We have no other copies.
Absolutely.
Your word as a gentleman that they will be returned unharmed.
Yes, my word as a gentleman and a scholar.
And I will say prayers for your endeavors.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone wish to steal anything else that isn't bolted down from the church?
So
Or
as
anything else here?
as I was leaving, and Edwin refused my request, using my background in criminal ne'er-do-wells, I give John a signal that perhaps those in the know, friends of, our Kant-like folk, that this is a necessity. This has to happen.
Oh, I was going to nick those books anyway.
Well, as it happens,
Yep.
the good doctor has persuaded the vicar anyway. So
They're already in my bag.
all right. Shall we move on to the Abbey then?
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you want to stop by the hotel and drop the books off, or
No.
no?
Let's-
Okay, keep them with you.
Yeah, I'll put them in my doctor's bag.
Okay, so the Abbey is a grand old building, though there are new outbuildings and so on that are attached to it. It has a reasonably high wall around the outside of it than the main abbey building, and then other outbuildings, so like the cells and lodgings for the monks. There is a very rotten, fruity smell to the whole thing. And within the enclosure of the walls, there are many, many apple trees, which are all currently in blossom. It looks like they are used to receiving visitors. There's a couple of burly young men from the village there to make sure nobody causes any trouble. But you're allowed to come in, take a look around. It's, early form of tourism, you suppose. And they would have had pilgrims come through, in centuries past. It is a grand, nice building. It looks like it was and is pretty wealthy. As you come in through the walls, petals flutter off the trees in the wind and land on your shoulders and on your jackets. You see a few monks moving around in their habits. And there's this rotten fruit smell everywhere.
Yeah, is it like a fermenting rotten fruit smell? Like they're making vast quantities of Applejack?
Yes, that would seem to be the case.
Excellent. I'm just repeating the same format. I am finding my way to where the books and documents I want to look at will be. I'm just moving on because I am who I am and things must be this way.
I will
Right.
walk side by side with him in case anyone
Keep him under
questions.
control a little bit.
Yeah.
Do the rest of you wish to do anything around the abbey? There is a little shop that sells their wine and some of their other produce.
Well, of course, we have to go to that little shop. I love little shops.
Is this Buckfast?
Essentially. But they sell fortified apple wine.
Yeah, I'll get a bottle of Bucky.
Lamprick fortified apple wine is what it says on the label.
Hair
And promises that it is both blessed and medicinal.
Yeah, I'll cure my hangover.
What do you call that in England? Because in the U.S. we call it Applejack.
Cider.
Yeah.
Hard cider is a different thing. Like when you say fortified, that's the difference, right? A cider is naturally fermented. When you fortify it, it becomes Applejack.
Yes. So they probably partially distill it or ferment it for longer. If this was further north, they might turn it into apple brandy by freeze distilling. But down here, it's probably longer fermentation and more sugars.
Interesting. Cool.
Okay. So you make your way into the little shop. There's bottle upon bottle upon bottle of wine of various sizes. They also sell the apples by themselves, which you find a little bit surprising because cider apples don't taste very good if you eat them. But they smell very sweet in here. They also have food from their gardens, so a lot of vegetables and so on. And it seems like they also produce cheese.
Is there any high alcohol proof content alcohol in this?
Well, the fortified wine is like 20%.
Because I'm hoping we can maybe make some fire bombs in case we
No, that's not high enough proof. We actually need a real distillery to get to that point.
Yeah. And I think by this point they're controlled. So
okay, well, where does it look like the tapestries are? Where are the tapestries?
Okay, well, anyone who wants to grab some of the fortified wine, it will have the same bonus effect as Reginald's absinthe, so you can use booze for additional inspiration. Plus, it is blessed, so you could use it as holy water.
So, what bonus does it give it to?
If you use it, you get +1 to an inspiration roll.
Okay.
All right. So
blessed. Is it still blessed once you drank it and it comes out of you?
I don't think so, because otherwise all water on Earth would be blessed. Which would be really inconvenient for vampires.
According to that one issue of Hellblazer, it does stay blessed because he pissed on the king of the vampires.
I don't think we're taking that as canon for this game. All right. So while some of you are buying some local food and supplies, Reginald and Ambrose make their way to the Abbey Library. There are a lot of very old books here, and even scrolls, but they won't let you near any of those. They're in locked cases. But there are some helpful monks who will direct you to various books and histories and so on. Most of it's, ecclesiastical nonsense and discussions and treatises on various esoteric aspects of the Bible. But if you want to do your research, so whichever one of you has the highest logic plus learning, plus a bonus die for the other person helping.
I have 6 dice total.
All right, hold on. What was this? So it's
wine.
Learning
plus logic.
So I'm at 6. Plus I have my notebooks, which is +1. So that's 7. And I could do inspiration for +1 if I really needed it. But I'll just stay at 7.
Okay, so you both have the same value. So just one of you roll 8 dice.
All right, 8 dice. 1, 2, and 2. 2 successes.
2 successes. So what are you looking for precisely here?
Well, I am looking. Let's go back to where we were. So we're looking for connections to now the supernatural and the history of this region. In particular, what kinds of things were hidden or locked away that needed to be kept away, that may have been freed by some inadvertent blessing of a well.
So the well blessings go way back to when Christianity first came into this area. And so it became like a syncretic tradition. So where the pagans would have thrown gold and silver or made sacrifices.
Or babies.
That was gradually replaced by, the priest would say a prayer over it and sprinkle some holy water around. So that the tradition is a weird mixing of Christian and pagan tradition, but that's been going on for a long time without any ancient evils being unleashed.
Oh, anyway. He made it sound like he hadn't done it in a very long time.
He did it very, very reluctantly. He's reluctant blesser. So the abbey was established here in part for similar reasons that the church was, in order to kind of stamp out local paganism, which continued much longer than it has in other similar surrounding areas. For some reason, the people around here were particularly stubborn when it came to Christianity, and that reflected itself later on in some witch hangings and things like that. the monks of the abbey employed various men, local men, at various times to tear down menhirs and other Neolithic sites on the moor. But again, nothing drastic seems to have happened at any point as a consequence of that. There are various stories of like spectral hounds and other animal ghosts causing problems in the area, and of priests getting rid of them one way or another through blessings and exorcisms and so on. But the records in the abbey kind of downplay it as if they're kind of embarrassed to have been involved in such things.
So in the records, all right, what was here before? So pagan how? What kind of monks? So I guess what is the biggest difference between the church and an abbey here? In particular, when they were started, what were the differences?
So the church would have been to serve the local people and to encourage them to believe, whereas the abbey has the monks cloistered away. In this case, sort of producing alcohol and acting as sort of spiritual guardians of the area, at least originally. Gradually, that became more and more about brewing stuff and financially supporting the church. And that seems to have been how they survived the dissolution of the monasteries, was because they were basically a big local industry.
Stinking rich.
Yeah. Because all the drink that they produce locally supports local workers and so on as well. The abbey owns a lot of the land in the surrounding area. And so the farmers essentially rent the land from the abbey. Yeah. So, and over the years, the abbey has become more powerful than the local lord, Lord Pendon from Pendon Abbey. Basically, they bought up land from the nobility. As nobility lost money, the abbey gained money and power. The abbey even has the contract for the turnpike road across the moors, from which they extract a toll, which helps keep the abbey wealthy.
And how do they enforce the toll?
They employ local roadmen to patrol the road. They also invest money in keeping it, in reasonable shape. And they have a toll house at either end of the road.
Okay. And what was the other thing? I got distracted there on my own questions. All right. So the abbey currently is the most powerful political and economic entity in the region. It is failing in its duties of keeping the tollway safe. How have they responded to this, and who is responsible for the safety of the toll road?
You ask one of the monks who's tending to the library, and he says you should really talk to the abbot about that, and you should gather the rest of your friends to do so that you arrived with.
Yes, John.
Yeah.
Edwin?
Yep. Here.
Excellent. Did you, Dr. Ambrose, you took notes? You caught all this?
Oh, were you sharing all that?
Absolutely. I'm talking out loud. I'm talking out loud. I read aloud, I speak aloud, I think aloud, I live aloud. Life is about being loud.
Maybe a couple decibels lower, sir. But I think there's something interesting I found there. The Abbey has surpassed Lord Pendon as the primary income.
Correct.
That gives him motive, especially with all the strange behavior. And that
Motive?
Black House, perhaps
Motive?
perhaps the Black Arts are being employed. It's too soon to tell.
What do I know? Do I know anything about this Lord of the Manor?
Lord Pendon,
Other
only
than
what
I
I told you before.
Just
He spends most of his time in London.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're not like familiar with some of the same clubs, esoteric communities. I wouldn't know that to be someone dabbling in the occult.
No, I gave you all the information you know before. You may have passed like ships in the night, but
Sure. Okay. Well, Doctor, this is what I can tell you. We don't know until we find out. Let's go. Let's have a conversation with this man. Is there anything else we need here? I think we've discovered plenty of interesting tidbits.
So we're at our 2-hour mark. Does anyone need a break?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
No, let's take 15. Let's take 15.
Okay, take 15 minutes, and we'll see you all back here then.
Great.
Yep.
Right. See you in 15.
a rage, and always in a rage. And not from blowing gates, they've got a new type menace. Always in a rage, and always in a rage. And not from blowing gates, they've got a new type menace. rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace. All always in a rage. I'm always in a rage. I'm not going to engage. They've got a new type menace.
Real grim. What are we gonna do?
Grim, that's how it looks.
I'll take Grim right now.
I am the Grim Reaper.
Bit grim.
The bosses are good. And make it grim.
A grim tale indeed.
It's a little grim.
Vaesen Grim.
Mr. Grim! Mr. Grim.
Pretty grim, huh?
Things look grim.
Hopefully we're all back.
Oh,
Hello.
Yep.
I still have a bit of food in me gob.
Yeah, blah, blah.
Blah, 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 blah. All that talk of apples made me want an apple oat bar. So, all right. So you were off to see the abbot.
As I leave this area with the accessible books and scrolls and those locked areas, usually they're just like bars, not actually walled off. Do I see anything that perhaps I wish I had closer access to?
There's nothing immediately obvious, but there are a lot more old books back there, which you would love to get your hands on anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Once you're gathered together, one of the brothers takes you to the abbot's office in one of the little smaller outbuildings. It's almost like his own little cottage, really. Very well made, well appointed. It's clear that the monks have been wealthy for a very, very long time. But you're
if I interrupt real quick, as we are walking this way, I asked John, I'm feeling a little tired, I'm a little slow, and ask him to stand next to me in case I feel a little lightheaded. And then as people continue to walk, I describe these interesting scrolls and books and things that I saw that would probably be helpful to us in the future.
So dropping a hint that it might be useful to steal them.
That could be construed that way. Those of us, or those who may have, not necessarily us, but it is us, who have criminal backgrounds, may do that.
Okay. Well, it's up to John whether he wants to follow up on that or not.
Correct.
But you're ushered into the presence of the abbot. So yeah, he's got a nice little cottage, almost, really, with his own personal library, but they disappointingly seem to be mostly modern books and writings and treatises and so on. Big stack of correspondence on an ancient wooden desk. He gets up and brushes some crumbs off his habit. Hello, Abbot Anselm, and the brother tells me you were interested in our library. Most people are just here for the drink.
I have peculiar inspiration in life, and I find delving deep into the lore and stories of the more primitive mind who once thought those things that are merely fantasy were in fact true. And I use these to inspire me to put forth great works of poetic artistry. So what I'm hoping is that we can have access to these types of material.
And your friends are part of this endeavor, are they?
Well, I'm old and decrepit. Look at me. I need support.
As the brother who brought you leaves and closes the door, the abbot leans forward slightly conspiratorially. Are you with the society?
Yes, we are.
Yes, it's us that sent for you.
Is there any sense motive I can do just to I have empathy, empathy, would that work?
I think it'd be empathy, vigilance, but let me just look up the skills.
Or observation?
It's observation. Yeah.
I don't have observation, so I'd be rolling just empathy, or is there a penalty for that?
Just empathy.
All right.
No.
Well,
One success. I still got one success out of it.
Perfect.
He seems to be telling the truth.
Is there any secret handshake or anything to verify?
No, not really. He
All
just got his word to go on, but he seems honest to you.
All right.
Yes. Well, we're not really equipped to deal with this sort of thing anymore, and the church tends to frown on supernatural entanglements and so on. And we'd like to sort of know what's really going on and maybe have it dealt with quietly.
What do you think is going on?
I have no idea. It could simply be a story that's gotten out of hand. People around here are rather superstitious, especially the people who spend time out on the moors. They get odd.
Well, which story is getting out of hand? Is there something actually happening, or is there was one event and now people are just saying, "Oh yeah, and that happened to my brother's sister's cousin's friend."
Well, I believe stories are getting embroidered and so on, but after the last incident and the description of these big hands in the night and the condition of the body of the poor coachman, the stories have been getting much more lurid.
Doctor, condition of the body. This is your area of expertise. What does that mean?
The condition of the body, I would have to observe it first.
Well, perhaps the abbot can explain what condition he's referring to, and then you can infer whether it was natural or not before we even inspect.
Which cadaver are we speaking of? Was this one of
the coachman? You know, the first one to be killed that we know of.
Correct. Yes, was running down that lead as is. Do you trust the town mortician?
I don't have a great deal of choice on that matter, but he's an educated gentleman.
So what was the condition? Seems to be a key question that we're unaware of the answer to.
He was the body was twisted and broken in ways that, to me at least, and this isn't my area of expertise, but to me it suggests something worse than a mere overturning of a carriage.
Perhaps a giant twisted him like a wet rag?
A giant, quite the imagination you have there, sir.
Well, we've heard stories in this town, and they all pertain to giants, fairies, will-o-wisps, which I suppose would fall under the penumbra of the Fae, and something called a shaggy beast.
Well, I mean, you can't throw a stone around the West Country without hitting a story about a fairy or a beast of some kind.
You not believe in the fairy? Why did you call the Fae are a serious threat?
Well, we don't have an inquisition in this country, sir, and we don't have a council to investigate miracles. That's all papistry, and we're very much affiliated with the Church of England now, so we can't be having with that. But
now, so there are rituals and rites from before being part of the Church of England that could help verify the veracity of our claims.
Perhaps, but we can't be seen to be entangling with Catholicism in any way.
That's why we're here.
Well, precisely. The society knows about these things, knows how to investigate them. So I understand to discover whether there is anything truly peculiar going on or whether this is all local hysteria.
So there are no records, no lore with which you can give us access to help help our explanation of at the very least eliminating the more improbable and fantastical.
Well, the brothers have been through our libraries, including the closed off section, and there are many stories of strange phantasmal beasts and so on throughout the past. But that's true of anywhere. I'm not sure how much stock to put in any of them, but nothing about giant hands breaking people or pushing animals off tracks. Nothing like that. Yeah, black dogs, strange fairy cats, ghostly horses, things like that. But nothing like this.
Who else can we speak to that besides the doctor of the town that would have firsthand knowledge of the condition of the body and the wreckage?
Well, it was the stable hands at the Abbey Inn, close to us. You passed it on your way in. It was the stable hands there that retrieved the wreckage and brought back the body.
Perhaps.
So we're going to the pub then.
Well, and all right, let me look at because so stable hand. We need someone then who is familiar with the more working class, rough-handed. So perhaps this is something that's good for Edwin, Vivian, and John to investigate than the doctor and myself, who will stand out as obnoxiously in the wrong place at the wrong time.
We can
Say
simply
no
change
more.
our...
I'll go and get myself a beer.
Ashcombe, Mr. Ashcombe, I fear that later we may have to simply resort to that measure we spoke about earlier.
Want me to crack some skulls?
Don't get yourself locked up. I need your hands for digging later.
I'll write that measure.
Grim, was there
Yes.
was there only the one supernatural event or the supposed event, with the carriage? Was there any others?
That's the worst one that's supposed to have happened. Other travelers on the road have talked about being pushed or shoved, or the reins of their horses being yanked. And before that, horses getting spooked out of nowhere. But that's like a base characteristic of horses. So,
Was there anything that was commonplace amongst all of them, like the moon or time of night or season or
always
or anything other than horses? Because it sounds like whatever this is hates horses.
always at night. Pedestrians have been shoved as well. So,
any particular time of night?
always at night. No particular time at night.
What was there a certain spot, a certain region along the road?
All the incidents have been along the road, and not really at either end of the road, in the middle section of the road.
So you guys have a map you can take to the stable hands to discover exactly where they found the
You've
wreckage.
got the map in the local history book
Right.
that Vivian's got.
So why don't we can take that and find out from the stable hands, yes. And then once we do, why don't we walk the road or ride it during the appropriate
Walking?
hours,
That sounds like work.
during the appropriate hours, and see if we catch sight of the manifestation.
Well, we have our
You know,
carriage. I think we should take the carriage. I think walking is beyond the expectations of the type of that W word. So I agree. I think this is a brilliant idea, and that's what we should do.
Okay. So, anything else you want to know from the abbot or the abbey? Anyone? Okay,
No.
going to take that as a no.
That about sums it up.
All right. So, John, and is everyone else going, or just some of you, to the Abbey Inn to talk to the stable hands?
I'm going.
I'm going.
I'll go into the inn, but I'm not going to talk.
Okay. Yeah. So you and the doctor can get a spot of lunch or something, while the others go and talk to the stable hands. Okay. So, John, Edwin, and Vivienne make their way around the side of the inn. This is the proper coaching inn for the house. You guys are staying at the hotel, which is a bit more posh, upmarket. When you come around the outside, there's the stables, quite a few horses because no cars, so obviously there's a couple of teams of horses from carriages and coaches that have come through. And there's a goodly number of stable hands and a stable master supervising from a stool, smoking from a long stem pipe.
Well, go up to the stable master, I guess.
Yep.
Hello there. You just arrived. We've got room for a few more horses.
Yeah, no, we don't have horses with us right now. We wanted to ask you some questions if we could. And then hit my pant leg where my change is stored.
Jingle, jingle. Yeah. He becomes abruptly quite interested in anything you have to say.
A couple of your boys found the overturned carriage and the driver slain just a bit back.
Happen as what?
Week
back now, maybe a little more, maybe a 10-day.
Would you be able to point it out on a map, or do you think your stable boy could?
Well, where we found him, you got a map?
Yep. Show him the map.
Right, let me see. Yeah, right here, near Polshkin Tor. And he taps a little dot marked on the map.
All right. Take a good look at it so I don't forget the spot showing. And what time about did they find him? Was it in the morning or after the events had happened?
Well, a couple of the people on the carriage who weren't hurt made their way back. Took them a few hours, I suppose. Woke us up to go and get the other people who were injured and to retrieve the body and try and catch the horses. So, wow. We'd had a couple of hours of light by the time we got back there. Had to kill a couple of the horses. Right, Shane. Fine beasts. A couple of chestnut mares. It's tragic, really. We managed to round up the others. A couple of them had got loose. And we loaded what was left of the carriage up on one of the carts, brought back the injured. They've gone off now, weren't from round here. But the coachman, he were local, so we laid him to rest, gave him the last rites and all, and
So if you went there, it took them a couple hours to get to you, and then you went there, it took a couple hours. Whenabouts you think it might have occurred? The overturning.
Let's see. It'll take them a couple of hours to get to us, and an hour back. Call it an hour for fussing around. And it were a couple of hours after sunup. So, we're the last coach. So I'm guessing it must have been about midnight or 1 of the morning.
Midnight or 1. Okay. And do you still have that? Is the coach still here? If you're the one who loaded it up.
Well, the bits of it, we're gonna see if we can make use of any of it, you know.
Yeah. Can we look at that?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's in the paddock out back.
All right. So I take 2 shillings out. Give him 2 shillings.
Oh, thank you kindly, sir. Yeah.
I might have other questions. I'm not sure. Let me go look at this paddock.
It leads you all throughout back to the paddock. It's a rather sad and muddy paddock. There's a couple of other horses milling around here. And underneath a sort of pegged out tarp, the wrecked remains of the carriage. Here we are. Not a lot to see, really.
Yeah. Well, give us a little bit, look around, and I'll come back and get you if I need you.
All right.
Take
Take your time.
So let's.
He leaves you to it.
So hardcore. John, can either one of you guys have any idea? We look at this thing.
It would be logic plus investigation with 2 bonus dice from the other 2 people helping.
Okay.
So who's got the highest of that?
So my logic, let's see. My logic is 4. My perception is...
That'd be investigation.
Oh, investigation. Doesn't look like I have investigation.
Got observation.
I've got observation as well, but that's only a 5 total.
Yeah, no, it's investigation you need really. So whoever's got the highest logic then with 2 extra dice.
Logic 2.
My logic's a 4.
Yeah, no, and none of us have investigation. So that still makes hardcore the best one.
Okay. So I shall roll.
And you've got plenty of time, so I'm going to give you an extra bonus dice. So that should be 7 dice.
Yep. So we go here. 6. No successes and 2 ones.
Well, the ones don't matter so much in this.
Okay, good.
Do you want to push it? You will take a condition.
Does it seem like group-wise? Does this seem like something I should push, or like can you?
So what I'm interested in is, do we know how it was actually destroyed? Was it destroyed from falling over, or was there some large thing smashing it?
So you've heard second-hand accounts, which have said that the horses were basically yanked into the side of the road, went down into the ditch, and the carriage flipped and broke. So that's what you've heard, but only from second-hand accounts. You haven't talked to anyone who was actually there yet. You could potentially get some decent clues, so it's up to you whether you push it, but you will get a penalty to all your rolls until you heal.
I will push it down. So I roll again?
Roll all the dice again if you didn't get any 6s.
1 6.
Okay. Right. So examining the carriage, you note that there are some gouges in the wood that don't seem to have come from scrapes on rocks or anything. They look like deep fingernail scratches, like someone's hand has clawed down the surface of the carriage, and these appear in several places, mostly around
it's
the
Scooby-Doo.
or what's left of them. So you have the condition unnerved, let's say, which is a mental condition. Okay. So you put your hand over it, and you're quite androgynous and tall and quite masculine even. But whatever hand did this was very big, like 2 or 3 times the size of yours. Fingers like sausages, were as thick as a hatchet handle, and whatever fingernails these were, they gouged, lacquered and treated wood, fairly deep like an eighth of an inch deep into the wood. But there's no broken off fingernails or anything. Just something has heavily gouged the wood.
This was done from the outside, not the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't you point that out to us?
Yes.
All right. So I look at it. Does it look like a naval axe could do that much damage? Like is it that sort of cut? I'm trying to make sure it's not just a weapon that was doing it.
As you're examining the gouges, you get a flashback to when you saw your fellow crewmen being dragged under by
dead men,
creatures from the deep, devilman, whatever, and you remember watching one of your friends being dragged backwards along the deck with his nails scraping on the boards, and it was that kind of life or death desperation that you saw. Then you can picture those gouges in great detail. This is similar.
So I'm pretty sure it's not a regular weapon. All right. Well,
it's not big enough for it to be a giant of the kind that's in local legends and so on either, but big. You've probably known a few very, very big men in the Navy. And this is at the sort of upper end. This is like Andre the Giant territory.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think we should see if we can find any of the survivors. You said there a couple of them were brought back. Maybe some of them are local.
Definitely. I wonder if it could have been any of the people who are Romani.
Well, let's go ask.
Yeah.
Let's go ask. So I go back and ask the
survivors. No, they were all travelers. Only the coachman was local, and he's dead, so you can't really ask him now.
Was there anyone nearby watching, perhaps?
Out on the moor? Doubt it. Maybe someone saw the carriage lights, but...
Do you know where there'd be the carriage manifest for who's being passengers? Maybe we can find out if some of them are still in town.
Well, they was headed north. I think the ones.
Yeah, they might have got stopped though after that. You know,
I think the nerves. I think they let out north. You know, a couple of days after for when they'd recovered a bit. Wanted to find a proper doctor. Our local doctor. He's just a general guy. You know, I think they needed a surgeon or something.
So they saw the doctor?
Yeah, after the accident. Yeah.
Is that the same one that's a mortician?
That's the guy.
All right. I guess we'll have to speak to him. Thank you. We'll let you back to your business. We got others to go talk to.
Supervising the stable boys and the grooms. Okay, so we'll assume you meet back up, share the conversation and information back and forth between each other.
Yeah, so
and then you were going to go and...
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was going to say, so it sounds like we need to speak to that doctor.
Which, yeah, he's the next stop on the list, I think. All right. So you get some directions and tramp through the village to find the doctor's house. He has a separate, more modern brick-built building next to his house, which is of more old-fashioned limestone design with a slate roof. You guess that he's in because there's smoke coming from the chimney. Who's going to go to the door?
I will knock.
Okay. All right. You knock a couple of times and you hear some shuffling about inside, and then the door opens. A rather sickly looking man in a slightly old-fashioned suit. He has half-moon glasses on chains that go back behind his neck. His hair's thinning a little, and he has a few sores around his mouth.
Dr. Whitmore, I presume?
Yes, you must be the other doctor who's been in town with friends, I see.
News travels fast.
Small town, anything that happens, people will wag their tongues. Are you here for professional services, or are you just paying a social visit?
Well, it's a consultation about a recently deceased individual who you prepared for the cemetery.
Yes. Well, come in. Lucy, bring some tea for our guests. You will take tea, I presume.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Right. So, yeah, he escorts you inside into his study. There's a big leather couch, a couple of big leather chairs, a small fire in the grate, just sort of burning away as embers. He sits back heavily in his own leather-backed seat with a lot of creaking and farting noises as horsehair shifts around. So, what can I help you with exactly?
Well, you see, this cadaver was strange. We've heard it was strangely mutilated. Hence the large coffin. Can you provide me with some details?
Yes. Now, the body was rather twisted and broken in a way I've rarely seen. The spine was bent and broken to the side. So he was at quite an angle. And I didn't want to mutilate the corpse much further than it already had been. So instead, I had the carpenter make a slightly different coffin to make it so I could fit the body in without causing too much distress to family, friends, and so on. Try and cover the damage a little bit, but yeah, it was so mangled. It was as if he'd fallen at the quarry or something. But
what does that mean? Mangled and fallen in the quarry, and what was the condition of the body? Such it makes it sound like the spine was extruding out at an angle, and what explain to me what this means.
Several of the vertebrae were snapped. His pelvic bone was cracked in half. His legs, one was shattered, the other was snapped at the thigh bone. His body was twisted practically at a right angle to one side.
Almost like he had been picked up and smashed onto the ground?
Well, I mean, I suppose when the carriage flipped, he was caught between the carriage and the rocky ground. But still, as I say, I've rarely seen such traumatic injuries except when there have been accidents at the quarry, which is what it reminded me of. Oh, ghastly. Lucy, yes, tea for everyone, please. A maid pours tea for everyone and sets a big plate of shortbread out.
Shortbread. So interesting. And would you say that, given your wildest fantasies, what was the cause of death?
My wildest fantasies. I'm not given to fancy, sir. Spending so many nights alone with corpses. Sort of idly brushes his
Have you ever
lip.
tried laudanum? That may help.
There are long-term issues with that, sir, and its use in abundance. I prefer to keep my wits about me. I believe what must have happened is that for whatever reason, the horses took Frit, went into the drainage gully at the side of the road. There are many stones, rocks, and so on around, many of them quite sizable. I think the horses came in on one side of the boulder, and the carriage struck the other side of the boulder, and thereafter flipped completely over and landed upon its roof, crushing the poor coachman underneath.
And the body became twisted how? Just
I believe it was caught between the rocky ground and the weight of the carriage as it flipped over.
Okay.
He would have been upside down, perhaps leant to one side, startled, perhaps.
What do you think, Dr. Ambrose? Does this sound consistent with your thoughts and theories?
Well, like as I have said, I have not seen the body. I can't make a proper deduction.
You can make a logic and medicine roll from what this doctor's told you and see if it makes sense from your point of view.
All right. 3 successes.
Oh. Yeah. So his account of the accident makes sense from what he said, but you think he's working backwards from his conclusion. So he's necessarily thinking that this must be a result of the accident, and then he's stretching the nature of the accident to make it make sense of the injuries, rather than working backwards from the injuries necessarily. So it makes sense, but you think he's made too many assumptions. And the more you think about it, the more you think that if they had crashed at some speed with the carriage, which they must have done to wreak this much damage, he should have been thrown clear or perhaps trampled by the horses, but that would create a different pattern of injuries. You will have to see the body to be sure, but like, you don't think he's a bad doctor. You just think he's worked the problem the wrong way.
Interesting. Now, I would like to take a look at this body.
Oh, I'm afraid it's already been interred.
If we exhume the corpse, whose authority would that be under? The church's?
Well, you would need mine, which I'm certainly willing to extend to you as a professional courtesy. You would need to talk to the good reverend, and you would need the permission of the family. But I think I can secure that for you.
That would be much appreciated.
Why do you think something else may be afoot here? Do you suspect foul play of some kind?
Perhaps. I would not like to spread those rumors. But one can only be sure when one has analyzed all of the data.
Well, of course. Right. Well, I will go and call upon the family. It will be best if any such examination is kept private. Perhaps if you prefer, since it's a delicate matter, I could make all the necessary arrangements, talk to the priest as well, and have the body brought to my mortuary.
No, I don't think that will do. I think we should examine it on site after we have...
In situ.
As you wish. He makes a couple of notes on his pad. I will attend to that then. Meet me at the graveside Say 5 p.m. tonight.
Will that do with all of our other meetings, gentlemen?
So the other places you were going to check was the library and the manor house, and it's only early afternoon, so you should have time.
All right.
Okay.
Then if none say nay, I shall proceed.
I say thee nay. All right. Screen wipe. Town library.
Okay.
It's
wait.
Okay.
No, I'm going to the cemetery and asking John and Edwin to follow because we're going to dig up the body now. By the time we finish digging up the body, the permission will have been given. Therefore, we will be ahead of the game.
All right. If you are doing that, you're informing me as well?
Of course. Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right.
I mean, I'm asking them, and I'm not keeping it secret from you at all.
All right.
Okay. Does anyone object to this plan?
Yeah, I'm not digging a body up.
Okay.
I will assist them.
Okay. Right. In which case, screen wipe to the graveyard. The coachman's grave was outside of the walls of the church itself and of its main graveyard, where they'd opened up more land for more graves, so you don't immediately get spotted. So let's see.
Can I notify? It was Vicar Montague was the one that was in the society, or was
can
I notify him that we are doing this?
No, it's not necessary. That's what the doctor is going to take care of 4 of us. Then by the time they arrive with all the paperwork, we'll be done. It'll be ready to go. Everything will be kosher, as they say in other lands.
I will I just want a local covering us, just in case.
Well, that would be the abbot who called you in. That's who you need to say the word. Okay, so whoever is rolling needs to have the highest physique plus force, and will add 2 dice to the total. So who has the highest physique plus force?
Well, that's got to be John.
I've got 4 physique, but no force.
I've got 2 physique, no force.
What's force? Oh, there's force.
Skill.
It's an applied strength skill.
So it's a 6 and 1/2 dozen the other. John is 4 physique, and Able Seaman Edwin, who will not participate, is 3 and 1.
And Vivienne is technically still here, even though Witch King had to go. So tell you what, I'll give you +3. So whoever's rolling is rolling 7 dice. So just someone roll.
Can I aid? Give him a +1.
Yeah, I've already worked that in.
Yeah.
So
Right.
7 dice total. So
7 dice.
And you can get hold of a shovel. So 8 dice total.
No successes.
Do you want to push it?
Roll me back.
Exactly. Might as well. It's going to be quite important to get sight of the body. So re-roll and gain the physical condition out my back.
Roll me back. Still giving way.
So still no.
Nothing.
Okay, so you all start digging into the earth, and you're putting your backs into it, and that's the problem because you're not used to physical labor, most of you, or you're old, so you haven't gotten very far at all. when Dr. Whitmore and Reverend Montague appear with expressions of alarm. wait, what's going on? They weren't supposed to start digging yet. I just got the permissions. What are you doing?
Are the permissions here? The permissions are here? All right, we're ready to go.
Yes, but you started before we had the permissions.
Well,
Are the
we didn't
permissions
get
here?
the body, did we? If we need the permission to dig up the body, not the ground above it.
This is most irregular. I'm just glad nobody saw you. Fine. Finish your work.
Just getting started.
Trailing
Edwin.
along behind them with a wheelbarrow and another spade comes the gravedigger, and he looks at what you've done. It's like, get out of the fucking way. And then he lays into the earth with his spade at practiced speed. You have to sort of linger around quite a while. Maybe you can help a bit by wheelbarrowing some of the loose earth a short distance away. But within a couple of hours, he gets down to the coffin, scrapes off the last of the sod, and clambers up out of the grave hole out the way. There you go. All yours. Posh cunt.
Much appreciated. John, do you mind prying that open? I'm going to light a cigarette, and I will offer any to anyone around.
I would pry it open, but my back
Right.
is way a bit.
Edwin, it's simply a piece of wood, and might I add that many great scholars throughout history had to make these sacrifices to learn what we know today about medicine that's keeping all of you and myself alive.
He's talking to the open air because Edwin is on the other side of the road, nowhere next to the church, because he's not digging up bodies.
Fine. Does anyone have a pry bar?
As it happens, yes.
Oh, I'll give it a shot.
You can always use the edge of the spade as well.
Down
Okay.
my trouser leg.
I'll roll 2d6 on this.
Well, yeah, physique plus force with 2 additional dice for the pry.
Thank you for that. All right. Nothing. Well, it's quite difficult.
Excuse me, sir. Posh, let me have a go at that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, obviously you loosened it for him because he pops the lid off the coffin with ease. A horrible stench rises from the grave, and as the lid is pulled aside, there is a mangled body in a state of decay, covered in livid bruises that have become more apparent as death has set in. Right. A bloody twisted corpse has a fear value of 1. So everyone who's within sight of the body needs to make either a logic or empathy roll.
Not
with
me.
3 bonus dice for having friends nearby. So Edwin doesn't have to make the roll. Everyone else makes it.
Is this a fear test?
Okay.
This is a fear test.
Okay, so I get +2 in the
Extra bonus dice. Yeah.
So how many is that in total?
So your logic and empathy are both 2, so it doesn't matter which one. So take 2, +2 in the presence of your friends for fear tests. So that's 4 plus another 3. So that'd be 7 dice for you.
And does more than one success mean anything?
No, just means you're not
All right.
scared.
No,
I'm not scared.
once. Yeah, success. One success.
One success.
All right. So while it creates a sense of unease to stare at this corpse, none of you are terrified by it. And Dr. Ambrose is probably just filled with curiosity looking at it. You can see what the doctor meant about the body being twisted and broken. So it is almost like he was snapped in half.
Can I identify which wounds seem to be older versus newer? I know it would only be a matter of moments, but
Well, you can make a logic plus medicine roll with the bonus from your doctor's bag.
All right.
To examine the corpse.
Can I give him a bonus in inspiration or with my learning?
You can assist, so you can give them a bonus dice.
And that's all the dice I think I have out right now. Should be good. Let's see. Oh no. No. Wait, one
success. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now that the blood has had time to settle in the corpse and the rot has begun to set in, where he had wounds that weren't necessarily immediately visible. So as you examine the body, crouched awkwardly in the grave hole, cutting away some of his funeral clothes to see the skin better, you can see that not only was he flipped and crushed, but he was assaulted, you think. Some gigantic beast of a man appears to have beaten on him, grabbed him. There are big scratches over his body, and you can see livid bruise marks where his limbs were grasped and held.
So I go a bit BBC Sherlock when I'm describing this, and I'm like, right here, the contusions and blah, blah, blah. I don't play smart characters because I'm not a very educated man. And right here, this is consistent with the pattern of some sort of brutish, either reprobate or more likely a beast.
Well, so it appears that what I need at this moment is a comfortable chair, a writing table, a strong dram. Oh, wait, no, here's my flask right here. And then perhaps we can find out a bit more. If I can get those items, I would.
Okay.
We will move quickly.
The only place you haven't checked yet is the manor, but you can stop off at the hotel or one of the inns.
No. Wait, I misunderstand. I want to use my where'd it go? Automatic writing talent.
Yeah,
right here,
I
right
figured.
now, over the. Yeah.
Right here, right now, over the corpse. Okay, why don't you grab your notebook, sit down.
No, but they got to bring me a chair. Somebody needs to bring me a table. I mean, I can't sit on the ground. That would make me like a workman. I must have my correct gentlemanly accoutrement.
So
well, if no one else is...
might we? I'm digging in the earth. We are here for a very important assignment. I don't think now is the time to hold on to these notions of class.
I feel I hear the buzzing of simple minds. Would somebody please explain the importance of me doing my job the way I do my job?
Well, if nobody else is going to, the gravekeeper will, gravedigger will shuffle in, grab a chair from inside the church, and bring it out for you. So you'll at least have that.
Excellent.
Okay, so automatic writing.
And I have my old flask of absinthe.
Yes, so you'll be rolling, I think it's empathy plus inspiration.
All right.
Yes, empathy. So that'll be 8 plus 1 for the flask of absinthe.
Okay,
so 9.
4, 7, and 2, 4 successes. You dead motherfucker.
Okay. Right. So you sit down, get your notebook out, get your pen.
Do a shot of absinthe.
A heavy swig, and then let your hand hover over the page until you start scribbling. Okay. So just trying to think what will appear. You've got 4 successes, so it's got to be something useful. Right. The rest of you watch as his hand sort of twitches unnaturally and begins scribbling over the page. The word beast appears several times, sometimes underlined, sometimes with more than one exclamation mark. Intermingled with the word beast, he writes man in capital letters several times. The word hands appears all over it, intermingling with the others. And then other words appear on the next page as he scribbles over there, like snatched, grabbed, broken, twisted, rage, rage, rage.
Against the dying of the light. Interesting. All right, so I come to.
Yeah. While you're automatic writing, your dog sort of starts barking at the air around you and snapping at it with his jaws.
Barking? The dog is barking. The dog doesn't bark. The dog judges.
Yeah, well, he barks and growls. But once you stop, he stops and just curls up at your feet.
Okay. Well, seems the Foggy Bottom Boys, or the what is the name of that creature that is the werebeast here?
The
Shoggy
Shoggy
Beast.
The Shoggy Beast. Sounds like a Shoggy Beast to me. More than a giant, doesn't it?
That seems to be in line with my analysis.
What do I know about Shoggy Beast?
Let's see. You've read some of the
Various lore books and
yeah. So it's a dialect version of Shaggy Beast, kind of. They're more like were creatures than Bigfoot. Sometimes associated with pigs, sometimes associated with wolves. But they're more their own thing or the result of a curse. Than traditional sort of werewolves.
Well, where are the Romani then? Because I remember very distinctly that it was the gypsies that warned Larry Talbot about the werewolves. So they probably know more about the Shoggy Beast than we do.
It's possible. They were at the Darderford Inn,
Mm-hmm.
but they may well have moved on already.
Being the type of people they are, that would be expected. All right. So sometimes it's a curse. How does someone become a shoggy beast?
So either they just exist in the world, or as the result of a curse, someone can be transformed into one. So it's a very sort of vague thing that overlaps with lycanthropy of various kinds, but it's a much older legend.
And I bet you they smell really funky.
Probably.
And I bet you the Romani have ways of dealing with them that we may not be aware of, being those.
Say they had magic charms that helped protect them.
Huh.
No, the only place we haven't gone yet is the manor house.
And that's where I was that's exactly where my mind was going. They're carrying some funky smelling, musky beast that some people thought might have been a monkey. A monkey? Where are they getting monkeys? Bipedal, hairy, shoggy beasts, maybe.
Sly old foxy musky stoat.
Grim. Well, they're playing with a body. I think there's going to be a fight coming, so I carve a cross into my knuckle dusters and go in and ask the Reverend if he can bless them.
He's kind of overwhelmed by all the weird stupidity going on, so he just kind of agrees because he doesn't have it in him to resist.
Yeah. Well, I say to him, oh no, I think it's just a bunch of thugs, but I want blessing to make sure my punches land on them thugs. Bring them in to justice.
Well, right, you are fine. Yeah, whatever. Dig up bodies. Bless knuckle dusters. All right. So, being a Sir Reginald Hargreaves can probably invite himself to dinner at the manor if he wants.
Yeah, I will. I would have to send somebody with my card saying, "Hey, I'm going to be there for dinner."
There, you can just turn up.
Okay. Then that's what I do.
Okay.
That's what I did with everything else. Why wouldn't I do this, right?
Being a fairly imposing gentleman, can I invite myself for dinner as well?
Well, as part
You're
of
my entourage.
Reginald's entourage, yeah. Okay, just give me a second here.
All I'm saying is if for some reason they refuse Sir Reginald, we can make them not refuse.
All right. So you head on up to the manor. It's very much separate to the town and everything else around it. So you have to walk for 20, 30 minutes down the road to arrive at the manor house. And yeah, it's an older, not run down exactly, but not particularly well looked after manor house. Clearly, Lord Pendon hasn't been doing so well of late, from the looks of it. There's a couple of big stone dogs that guard the entrance, but the gate is not in itself closed, though it hasn't been repainted recently and is a little bit rusty. As you head in, make your way up the drive between an avenue of trees, you see that there is a Romany wagon and a few horses grazing on the grounds. And next to the Romany wagon is another wagon, which has been kind of whitewashed, but even through the whitewash, you can see that it used to be a circus wagon. And it's
And that means
one big
that it's
cage.
just, okay. All right, gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Once you get up to the door of the house itself, it's a big old iron-bound door, but again, the iron hasn't been properly looked after in a while. There is both a giant knocker in the shape of a lion's head holding the ring in its mouth, and there is also a pull chain for a bell set into the wall, and hedgehog-shaped boot scrapers.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ring the bell, scrape my boots.
Okay, you pull the chain, you hear a distant ringing inside the building.
Reginald, how are we going to sell this to them?
Sell what?
Who are the three of us? I am your physician.
I am Sir Reginald. I'm here for a visit. I'm in need of a dinner worthy of my status.
How are we getting Mr. Ashcombe and Mr. Blackwood in?
They'll let
look,
me in.
Look at Mr. Ashcombe. Who's going to say no? And
some noblemen like yourself.
No. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Okay. It's been some time since you rang the bell. You've all had the chance to scrape your boots. Can you all make logic and what's the skill? Logic vigilance rolls, please.
Okay.
The bold assumption that I'm scraping my boots.
1.
2 successes.
1 success.
Did Edwin get any?
None.
Okay. So Dr. Ambrose got the most. So as you're sort of hanging around at the door, the good doctor hears not footsteps exactly, but something on the other side of the door, sort of a slapping noise more than footsteps.
There's something approaching, something strange, something slapping in the dark.
That's so poetic. Do you mind if I steal that from you?
Yes, you may steal it, but first let's make sure that none of us are about to get devoured by some soggy beast.
There's a clunk from the other side of the door as the wooden latch is moved, and then the door opens. For a moment, you don't think anyone's there, and it's a creepy ghost opening the door. But then you look down slightly, and you realize that there is a chimpanzee standing there in a dinner jacket and tie.
I am fucking flabbergasted. Holy shit. Am I sure I'm not hallucinating? Let me double check.
You did drink a heavy shot of absinthe, and right.
Yeah, that's my point. I'm like, whoa, what does Percy think of this chimpanzee in front of us?
He moves in front of you and stands alert. The chimp looks up at you all with oddly human eyes.
I will bow and say, "My lord."
The chimp apes your bow and then sort of steps backwards slightly with its foot hands slapping on the tiles inside. So that's what that noise was, and then gestures with its arm into the depths of the manor.
Okay, I start walking in.
Okay. The chimp, which now you get a better look at it, appears to have been... Well, it's either lost all its hair or it's been shaved bald. It also has quite prominent scarring around its head. It closes the door behind you and then knuckles across the floor ahead of you.
I turn to the chimpanzee. I point to my head, and then I point and I gesture to it.
Just examine it. It can't understand you.
And it knuckles off again, pausing, waving you to follow.
This is a leap in logic, but I think something has been done to its brain tissue, something to modify it, or perhaps
Is it science or is it the Fae?
It's a real chimp.
The dark arts and science tend to blur in this modern age of ours.
Have you seen anything like this before?
No, I have not, but it clearly indicates that this is some sort of experiment.
Well, I will defer to your knowledge of science and
I think keep yourself ready, because whatever they're doing, they may do to us.
Wow.
I'm very suspicious of this circumstance. I'm going to rifle through my doctor's bag, and what that poison I have, toxicity 9, what does that mean?
It means it's a very, very powerful poison.
Okay.
You roll 9 dice. They need 1 success, or
all right,
something like that.
Do I have 1 single dose of that?
Yes.
Is it reasonable to assume I have a syringe in here?
It is reasonable to assume you have a syringe.
All right. I will fill the syringe. I will leave the syringe capped, and I will hide it in my coat pocket.
Okay. Poison is measured in toxicity. A weak poison has a toxicity of 3, a strong one has 6, and an extremely potent one has 9 or more. When you're subjected to the poison, you make an opposed roll. So the poison strength, so 9 dice, versus force. If the poison wins, you suffer a number of conditions equal to the successes that the poison scores over the resistance roll.
And is there any kind of like, you have to drink this one, you have to like...
I didn't specify. So,
okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you have a very, very potent toxin. Anyway, the chimp leads you along through the house. They seem to actually have gas lights here in the manor, so at least there's been some modernization. It leads you in to the dining room, where there is a very long table and plenty of gas lights. As you make your way through the manor, you notice that most of the paintings and decorations, the tapestries, the suits of armor, the kind of things that you'd expect to see in a manor house are mostly missing. But once you come into the dining room, there is a man sat at the far end of the dining table from the end you're brought in at, just sort of casually cutting up an apple until you come in. And he stands abruptly. I wasn't expecting guests. I hope Richard didn't scare you too much.
Hey, he's a bit peculiar of a fellow, but I'm not overwhelmed. I am Sir Reginald Hargraves. We have just recently come into town, and I am absolutely bored out of my mind. There is nobody here worth talking to. Don't be offended, my present company. You can't help yourselves. So I am looking for the Lord of the Manor to perhaps find some intellectual stimulation for the evening.
I'm afraid his lordship is not in residence any longer. I rent the property from him, which helps to sustain his lifestyle in London. Sorry, excuse me a moment. He gets up
And
and
who
makes
are you?
down the table, offering his hand to you. You see that he's wearing a butcher's apron with some not particularly clean-looking stains on it, and he has a horrible smell, not dissimilar to the chimpanzee's natural odor, which you were also aware of. But yeah, he thrusts his hand out towards Reginald. Dr. Percival Ashworth.
Stare at it.
At your service.
Doctor, please, doctor, have a conversation with the doctor.
You're a doctor, sir?
Yes, I am a physician, formerly trained.
So a general physician, a surgeon?
Surgery and medicine. So, well, I don't. Yes.
He's a brilliant healer and investigator. So we are here on an investigation. So
a coroner of sorts, perhaps.
Well, we've exhumed the body, and I've noticed strange.
Sorry, excuse me. What body?
There was an accident along the trail on the moor.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I'm sorry I haven't been informed. Well, you see that what they thought was merely an accident, I have discovered, is more akin to some sort of
murder, most foul.
Murder?
It wouldn't be murder if it was done by a beast. And we're trying to...
Or a man beast. A shaggy beast.
Please, come. Sit. Tell me all about it. And sorry, your other gentlemen here?
They are our attendants, Mr. Blackwood and Mr. Ashcombe.
He offers to shake hands with both of you. Delighted to make your acquaintance, all of you. It gets rather lonely up here. So come, sit. Help yourselves to fruit. I'm afraid I don't have much else. Richard's culinary talents aren't really up to snuff. And I've been trying to understand his kind better by following more of a sort of fruitarian diet, which around here means apples and pears, I'm afraid, mostly. But please help yourselves. I did get a little bread in the other day. So you're investigating this murder.
What is this term fruitarian? That's new. What is that?
Well, I had to come up with the word. You've heard of the fad of vegetarianism, where people eat only vegetables?
That from that guy up in the mountains of Vienna.
I believe so. Well, I've read a great many observations on these ape creatures, and they seem to subsist mostly on a diet of fruit.
It's absurd. How unnatural.
It seems perfectly natural for them. And Mr. Darwin seems to suggest that we're related in some way. So I thought I'd experiment by following their natural diet and see how it did for me. I can't follow theirs exactly. I'm afraid I find insects unpalatable, though I've tried. And we can't just eat leaves in the way that they do, except some leaves. So
do you feel that you've become more chimp-like?
Perhaps, in a way. I feel that I can understand them better. It's about getting into their way of thinking. It's all
getting
part of
into
my
their
work.
skull.
But,
is that literal or metaphorical?
Yeah, a little of both. Dissection and vivisection can reveal all manner of interesting things.
I'd be absolutely ecstatic to observe some of your methods if you're planning on operating anytime soon.
You'd like to see my work? I would be delighted to show you what I've been up to. I would be absolutely over the moon. But you said murder. science will have to wait. Am I safe? Is there a killer on the loose?
Well, we certainly hope not, but everything indicated that some sort of large beast attacked this man, which likely resulted in his carriage careening off course. Now,
Well,
you
I
haven't.
can assure you, none of my beasts are missing.
Do you have any large beasts?
I have chimps, orangs. I had a gorilla for a while. Any number of monkeys.
What do you mean
Gorillas.
had a gorilla?
Sorry, what?
What do you mean had a gorilla?
He didn't adjust well to the living circumstances here.
What happened?
Just pined away, as far as I can tell. I did have a baboon, but baboons turn out to be rather angry creatures, and I'm afraid I had to dispense with him with my pistol. But Richard here is my triumph.
How is that?
So far? Well, he is.
How is that your
answering the door and granting people admittance? My idea is that perhaps we might be able to train such creatures to become servants.
Interesting.
In various aspects of human endeavor.
Why the shaving?
Oh, well, some of that's just him. He was a slightly less hairy specimen anyway. And the hair kept getting into things, so I shaved him on top of his natural lack of hair compared to his brethren.
Why does he have scars on his head?
No, the result of a few operations.
Yes, and that's what I was speaking of earlier, Mr. Sir Hargraves. That's what I would love to observe. It would help enlighten me so greatly. I think the advances we could make in medicine.
What precisely? And comparative anatomy is fascinating. When you examine the brains of these creatures and compare them to those from human cadavers, you discover that there are certain structures in the human brain which are absent in the ape brain. Perhaps these structures are involved with higher levels of thought about thought, perhaps language. He can understand and he can express and emote to an extent, but they lack the physical and, I believe, the mental capacity to speak in the way that we do. So, yeah, it's all very, very interesting. Well, yes, and if you're confident that we're safe, I would be happy to show you my work, and I can show you an accounting of all my creatures, so that you can see that no beast has escaped this area.
Just another point of curiosity. One more thing. If you were to add, now I'm just speaking in theory, if you were to add the human component of the brain to an ape's brain, would that potentially give them the capacity to think as we do?
To think, perhaps. I mean, purely hypothetically, I don't think there is a method known to surgery today that could attach all the necessary nerve endings and so on. But hypothetically, if you could, and there was no risk of poisoning, as happens with the experimental blood transfusions and so on, then perhaps. Perhaps we could stimulate their brains to grow in the correct way. Anyway,
how would
please,
you do that?
Please. I don't know. Flight of fancy, Sir Reginald. So he leads you through the house. The chimp Richard knuckles along after you, and follows you down as you descend into the cellars beneath the house.
Is it possible to, through do empathy and observation to get a feel for the state of mind of naked Richard?
Yes. But with a -1 dice because he's chip.
Not a human. Yep.
Yeah.
It's still 6 dice for me. That's still not a bad roll here. All right. Yeah, 1 success.
Okay. As you approach the basement, Richard the chimp seems rather to get a bit antsy, fretful, and your dog picks up on that.
Hey, Grim, I fall behind on the people going down the stairs, and once I get to the back, I slip my brass knuckles on.
Okay.
And get my hand ready in case I need a pistol.
Right. You descend into the basement. Now, can everyone make a logic and observation roll, please?
3, 2. Two successes.
Okay.
Also 2 successes.
Nothing.
Sorry, how many?
So I got 2.
Okay.
I got 1.
No successes.
Okay. So Dr. Ambrose is clearly fixated upon whatever this doctor's going to end up showing you. The rest of you, as you descend into the cellar and move through its corridors, note that the walls are made of irregular chunks of limestone, some of which seem to have been brought here from elsewhere, and some of them are carved with pagan markings, walls and swirls and stylized images of animals. And these have just been uprooted, apparently, and used to help shore up the walls down here. Then you round a corner from the cellar proper and go through a door. So, 1 second. All right. Can everyone make a fear roll? So that's either logic or empathy with +3 dice.
Okay. Two.
2 successes.
1
4.
success.
3 successes.
Okay, so everyone succeeded?
I got 4 successes.
Okay. Right, so you round the corner, through the door, into his laboratory, and to you, it feels like a descent into some sort of hell. Everywhere around here, there are operating tables with sluices clogged with blood and hair. There are apes and monkeys of various kinds, some in cages which start shrieking and rattling at the bars when you come in. Others have been dissected, others have been vivisected. One of them, his torso has been broken open, his lungs and heart splayed out. Electrodes are attached to them and from a series of batteries, and that seems to be keeping the thing alive. It sort of listlessly turns its head towards you with a look of absolute agony and pain. Everywhere you look, there is some new torture being visited upon these creatures. Richard, the chimp, tugs gently on Edwin's trouser leg and just sort of points with a shaking hand towards all the other apes. The doctor, for his part, turns back to you all, throws out his arms and says, "Look, isn't it wonderful? I'm learning so much."
Does Lord
What have you learned?
Sorry, one at a time, please.
What have you learned?
Wait, what haven't I learned? So much. We discussed some of it about the mind, how it works, the differences between ape and man, how we might bend these creatures to our will to serve us. Without any of the ethical considerations and worries that abounded around slavery. I mean, these are animals. They are of a lower order. There is nothing to worry about. Did anyone else want to react in any way?
Does Lord Pemberton know what you're doing? Pendleton? Sorry.
What was his name? Lord Pendon, I think.
Pendon,
Well, he doesn't care as long as he gets his money.
Where are you getting your funding from?
Oh, all manner of places. I have investors. There's interest from the Tsar of the Russias, believe it or not. Crowned heads of Europe, as the Barkers say.
I make the sign of a cross and say a prayer to myself.
One moment, sir. And I'm going to gesture to my friends and have them step aside so that we can have a little huddle confab here.
Yeah.
And so, gentlemen, I rarely say this, but this is an abomination.
It's horrific. But it doesn't answer the question of what murdered the coach driver.
I'm going to say I don't care about that part right now. What I care about is this is an abomination.
These are just animals.
Yes, they are. And it is something. It's worth learning.
Well,
But
I've said my piece. And, okay. Let's continue to investigate the death of this carriage driver.
But Richard the Chimp moves into the middle of the huddle and sort of looks up at you all with deep, soulful eyes.
See? Look at this. Abominations, I'm telling you. Look.
We do need to wrap soon.
While they're busy talking, I step to the side and look at the surgeon, the butcher that did this. Quietly pull up my gun, point it towards his head, and pull the trigger.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So Edwin steps to the side, draws his pistol, and fires, sending the doctor's brains to join those of his experimental subjects. The moment you do, even though all the other apes and monkeys start sort of raucously shouting and whooping and everything, it's like a tension has gone out of the air suddenly and abruptly.
I'll go and put the apes out of their misery that are vivisected, like the ones with their heart and lungs on display.
You're gonna have to dispose of the evidence now that you've killed a man.
Why don't we just leave town?
True.
I'm sure the apes will eat them.
Fruitarians and insectarians. We're not going to eat them.
No, chimps will eat anything pretty much.
Yeah, if they have.
Grim.
If they're shut
I
down,
go over to the.
they'll eat him.
Sorry. I go over to his body, which is laying on the ground. I purposely shot him in the head, not somewhere else. I put my pistol in his hand, pointed towards his head, laid him out on the ground.
Okay.
So, okay.
All right.
Let's get the hell up.
And flee into the night. Okay. So, we draw the adventure to a close, and more by luck than judgment, you have solved it. The supernatural being that was being projected from the horror visited upon these apes has been negated with the death of the Doctor and the relative freedom of the apes. So, victory.
Was it the baboon? Was it secretly the baboon? That's what I was thinking.
No, it was the psychic trauma of all the dead and dying apes manifesting sort of vengeful spirit.
Oh wow! Okay, I see.
Yeah, because I was like, this
so
guy's
that's the
probably
tension
got to
we
go.
felt leave. Oh, that's awesome. Okay,
Right, and so Saint Ambrose, he's the patron saint of animals, which was a deliberate selection. And the church was built on an old pagan site, and there were other stone rings and menhirs around here, which used to channel animal spirits. And when the abbey was built, they tore a bunch of those down and used them in construction, including at the manor house, which helped channel the spirits and boost their power.
Very cool.
And it's based on one of the most ridiculous myths out of Exmoor, which is the hairy hands, which supposedly grab steering wheels in cars and pull people off the side of the road and stuff like that. So I was challenging myself to turn that into something unsettling and spooky. So.
You saw where I was going. I was going more Dr. Moreau. Like I always thought that's what was going down.
Yeah, if we'd had a bit longer, I would have thrown in a couple of red herrings, like a copy of Murders in the Rue Morgue. And things like that. So sort of lead you off the track a little bit. But I got into that, and so we ran a little bit long. But so it's quitting time. Good night, everybody. Thank you for playing. Thank you for watching the 50 odd people that watched. I think I'm having my arm twisted into running a short-ish campaign of Fabula Ultima. Whether that'll start next week or later, I don't know yet. So we will call it a night there. And this is also the fifth year of Grim Streams, which I started during COVID. So that reminder just came up on Facebook. So that's interesting as well. Time flies. All right. Good night, all. Thanks for playing. See you.
Good night. Thank you.